I am the Macabre. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from and what time are you watching now? Sit back and relax. The Forest of Whispers. It was past midnight when Alejandro Mora finally turned off his laptop, the glow of the screen casting long shadows across his cramped apartment. The investigation into the city's corrupt politicians had consumed him for weeks, but now it was over. His article published, his targets exposed. He should have felt satisfied, but instead, a strange emptiness gnawed at him. Journalistic success had become a hollow victory, the thrill of uncovering the truth replaced by the monotony of deadlines and clickbait headlines. He was about to pour himself a glass of whiskey when he noticed the envelope slipped under his door. It was unmarked, the paper coarse and slightly damp, as if it had been left out in the rain. Alejandro hesitated before picking it up, his fingers brushing against a dark stain that looked eerily like blood. His name was scrawled across the front in shaky handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the words written in the same uneven script: "The forest knows. The forest watches. Come to Black Hollow and uncover the truth, if you dare." Beneath the message was a crude drawing, a tree with twisted branches, its roots forming what looked like a human face. The back of the paper bore a wax seal, black and cracked. Alejandro turned the envelope over, searching for a return address or some clue about the sender, but there was nothing. His first thought was that it was a prank, some disgruntled reader or bitter colleague trying to rattle him. But the sheer creepiness of the letter gave him pause. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than a joke. The next morning, he began researching Black Hollow Forest. Located deep in the mountains, it was a place shrouded in mystery. Locals avoided it, speaking in hushed tones about disappearances, strange lights, and whispers in the night. The area had been abandoned for decades, its last inhabitants fleeing after a series of gruesome events. Some claimed a cult had taken refuge there, performing rituals that blurred the line between myth and reality. Intrigued, Alejandro dug deeper. He found old newspaper clippings about missing hikers, police reports that had been quickly closed, and forum posts from conspiracy theorists convinced that something sinister lurked in the forest. One thread caught his attention. A user claimed to have stumbled upon something unspeakable in Black Hollow but refused to elaborate. Their final post read, "They're watching me. I can't stay here." Then, silence. Despite the warnings, Alejandro felt a familiar pull, the same instinct that had driven him to expose corruption and seek out the truth. This was more than just a story. It was a puzzle, a mystery begging to be solved. He packed his gear, a camera, a notebook, a flashlight, and a hunting knife, and set off for Black Hollow, leaving behind the city's noise for the forest's oppressive silence. The drive to the forest was long and uneventful, the landscape shifting from urban sprawl to rolling hills and dense woods. As he approached the outskirts of Black Hollow, the air grew colder, the sky darkening even though it was midday. The forest loomed ahead, its trees towering and ancient, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers. Alejandro parked his car at the edge of the forest, the engine's silence amplifying the eerie stillness. He stepped out, his boots crunching on dead leaves, and inhaled the damp, earthy air. The forest seemed to groan, the sound of wind through the trees almost like a whisper. He checked his equipment one last time, his camera slung over his shoulder, and began walking. With each step, the forest grew darker, the canopy above blotting out the sun. The path ahead was narrow, overgrown with roots and vines that seemed to reach for his ankles. He felt a strange sensation, as if the forest itself was watching him, its gaze heavy and unsettling. Shaking off the feeling, he pressed on, his curiosity overriding his growing unease. It wasn't long before he noticed the first sign that something was wrong. A tree ahead bore a strange symbol carved into its bark, a jagged spiral that made his stomach churn. Beneath it, A circle of stones surrounded a pile of ash, the remnants of a fire long extinguished. Nearby, he found a scrap of fabric, its edges singed and stained with something dark. Alejandro snapped a photo, his camera flash illuminating the symbol for a brief moment. As the light faded, he thought he saw movement in the corner of his eye, a shadow darting between the trees. He turned, his heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Only the forest, silent and watching. After what felt like hours of walking, Alejandro stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood a weathered cabin, its windows dark and its roof sagging under the weight of moss and time. Smoke curled from the chimney, a sign that someone or something was inside. Cautiously he approached, his footsteps muffled by the thick layer of leaves beneath his boots. The door creaked open before he could knock, and a man stepped out, his weathered face framed by a graying beard. He wore a ranger's uniform, though it was faded and patched, and his eyes narrowed as he took in Alejandro's appearance. "You lost?" he asked, his voice rough but not unkind. Alejandro introduced himself, explaining that he was investigating the forest and the rumors of a cult. The ranger's expression darkened at the mention of the cult, and he glanced over his shoulder as if expecting someone to emerge from the trees. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. "This place, it's not safe. Not for outsiders." The ranger, who introduced himself as Thomas, invited Alejandro inside, though his hospitality seemed more like an act of necessity than kindness. The cabin was cramped and dimly lit, the walls lined with maps and shelves cluttered with jars of herbs, animal bones, and other strange objects. A pot of stew bubbled on the stove, filling the room with a savory aroma that did little to ease Alejandro's unease. Thomas sat across from him at a small table, his hands clasped tightly as he spoke. "Black Hollow isn't like other forests," he began, his voice low. "It's alive, and it doesn't like visitors. People come here looking for answers, but they don't always leave. Some disappear, others go mad. And then there's the cult." Alejandro leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "What do you know about them?" Thomas hesitated, his eyes darting to the window as if the cult could be listening. "They've been here for decades, maybe longer. No one knows who they are or what they want, but they're dangerous. They leave those symbols you've seen, and they perform rituals. Things I don't even want to talk about." Alejandro pressed for more details, but Thomas grew increasingly agitated. "You're not listening," he snapped. "This isn't some story for you to exploit. This is real. And if you're not careful, you'll end up like the others lost, or worse." Despite the ranger's warnings, Alejandro couldn't let it go. He needed to know more. Reluctantly, Thomas reached into a drawer and pulled out a map, handing it to Alejandro with a stern look. "This will get you to the heart of the forest," he said. "But it's not a map to the truth. It's a map to your grave. If you're determined to go, don't say I didn't warn you." As Alejandro left the cabin, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest seemed darker now, the shadows deeper and more menacing. He unfolded the map and saw that Thomas had marked a path leading deeper into Black Hollow, toward a place labeled only as the Hollow. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The ranger's warnings echoed in his mind, but they only fueled his determination. Whatever secrets the forest held, he was going to uncover them. But as he walked, he couldn't ignore the whispers. Faint and indistinct, they seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carried on the wind like the voices of the dead. The forest was indeed alive, and it was watching him. The deeper Alejandro ventured into Black Hollow, the more the forest seemed to resist his presence. The trees grew closer together, their gnarled branches intertwining like spiderwebs, blocking out the sun and plunging the path into perpetual twilight. The air grew colder, his breath visible even though it was still early afternoon. The forest floor was thick with fallen leaves and twisted roots that seemed to reach out like skeletal fingers, tripping him as he walked. It wasn't long before he found the first sign of something truly unnatural. A tree ahead bore a symbol carved deep into its bark, a jagged spiral surrounded by strange runes that seemed to ripple when he looked at them. The carving looked ancient, yet the edges were sharp, as if it had been made recently. Beneath the symbol, a circle of blackened stones surrounded a pile of ash and bone fragments. The air around it smelled faintly of sulfur, making his stomach churn. Alejandro pulled out his camera, snapping photos of the symbol and the ritual site. As the flash illuminated the scene, he thought he saw movement out of the corner of his eye, a shadow darting between the trees. He froze, his pulse quickening, but when he turned, there was nothing there. Only the forest, silent and watching. He shook off the feeling, attributing it to his imagination, and continued down the path. The further he went, the more frequent the signs became. Trees with symbols, circles of stones, and strange offerings, animal skulls, feathers tied with twine, and jars filled with dark liquid. The whispers he had heard earlier grew louder, though they were still indistinct, like a conversation happening just out of earshot. He stopped several times, straining to listen, but the words dissolved into the wind every time he tried to focus. Eventually, he came across something that made his blood run cold. A clearing opened up ahead, and in the center stood a crude altar made of stacked stones. On top of the altar lay the remains of an animal, a deer. He thought its body mutilated in a way that suggested it had been part of a ritual. The carcass was surrounded by candles, their wax melted and pooled into strange shapes, and the ground was littered with more symbols carved into the dirt. Alejandro approached the altar cautiously, his camera in hand. The smell of decay was overwhelming, and he had to fight the urge to gag. He examined the scene carefully, noting the meticulous arrangement of the candles and the precision of the symbols. This wasn't the work of amateurs, this was something far more sinister. As he stepped back, his foot caught on something buried in the leaves. He crouched down, brushing away the debris, and uncovered a piece of fabric, a scrap of clothing, torn and stained with blood. His stomach turned as he realized it was human, not animal. He dropped it quickly, his hands trembling, and scanned the clearing for more clues. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and he could almost make out words now. "Leave, leave, leave!" The voice was distorted, guttural, and filled with malice. He spun around, his heart pounding, but the clearing was empty. The forest seemed to close in around him, the trees leaning closer, their branches creaking like the sound of footsteps. Alejandro quickly packed up his camera and backed away from the altar, his eyes darting around the clearing. He needed to move to keep going, but every instinct screamed at him to run. He forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that he was here for a reason, to uncover the truth. But as he turned to leave the clearing, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The path he had taken to reach the clearing was gone. In its place was an impenetrable wall of trees and undergrowth, their branches twisted together like a living barrier. He tried to push through, but the branches seemed to tighten, resisting his efforts. Panic surged through him as he realized he was trapped. The whispers turned to laughter, low and mocking, and the air grew colder still. Alejandro turned back to the clearing, his mind racing. He needed to find another way out, but the forest seemed to have other plans. The symbols on the trees glowed faintly, their light pulsing like a heartbeat, and the whispers grew louder, more urgent. As he searched for an exit, he noticed a faint trail leading away from the clearing, one he hadn't seen before. It was narrow and overgrown, but it was his only option. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and began to follow it. The laughter faded, But the whispers remained, a constant reminder that he was not alone in the forest. The trail was narrow and treacherous, winding through the densest part of the forest. The trees here were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even the faint light of the overcast sky struggled to penetrate it. Alejandro moved cautiously, his flashlight cutting through the oppressive darkness, its beam revealing more symbols carved into the trees and the occasional pile of bones scattered along the path. The air felt heavier here, as if the forest itself was pressing down on him, trying to crush his resolve. The whispers had not stopped. They swirled around him like a swarm of invisible insects, their voices indistinct but filled with an unrelenting urgency. He tried to ignore them, focusing on the trail ahead, but every now and then a word would cut through the noise, clear and sharp. "Leave, run, too late." The last one sent a chill down his spine, and he quickened his pace, his boots crunching on the dead leaves beneath him. After what felt like an eternity, the trail opened into another clearing. This one was smaller than the last, but it was no less unsettling. In the center stood a tree unlike any he had seen before. Its bark was blackened, as if it had been scorched by fire, and its branches were bare, twisted into unnatural shapes. At its base was a circle of stones, each one etched with the same jagged symbol he had seen earlier. The air around the tree was unnaturally cold, and his breath formed thick clouds in the dim light. Alejandro approached the tree cautiously, his flashlight illuminating the symbols carved into its trunk. They seemed to pulse faintly, their edges glowing with a sickly green light. As he got closer, he noticed something hanging from one of the branches, a small, wooden doll, its face crude and expressionless. Its arms and legs were bound with twine, and its body was covered in the same symbol. He reached up to touch it, but the moment his fingers brushed the doll, a wave of dizziness swept over him. The whispers exploded into screams, chaotic and deafening, and he staggered back, clutching his head. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. He fell to his knees, the world spinning around him, and for a moment he thought he was going to pass out. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The forest was silent once more, the symbols dimming to their faint glow. Alejandro stayed on the ground for a moment, his heart racing, before forcing himself to stand. His head pounded, and his hands trembled as he picked up his flashlight, which had fallen in the chaos. The doll was gone, the branch it had hung from now empty. He scanned the clearing, but there was no sign of it. His unease grew, and he knew he needed to leave. He turned back to the trail, but it was gone. The trees had closed in again, their branches twisted together to form a solid wall. He swore under his breath, his frustration boiling over, and tried to push through, but the branches were unyielding. The whispers started again, soft and mocking this time, and he felt a surge of anger. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice echoing through the stillness. The laughter that followed was deep and guttural, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Alejandro spun around, his flashlight beam darting across the clearing, but there was nothing there. The laughter faded, replaced by a single whisper, clear and unmistakable, "Everything." He shuddered, his anger giving way to fear. He needed to get out of here, but the forest seemed determined to keep him trapped. He turned back to the blackened tree, his mind racing. There had to be another way out. He noticed a faint glimmer of light coming from behind the tree, and as he approached, he saw a narrow gap between two twisted roots. Hesitating for only a moment, he crouched down and crawled through the gap, the roots scraping against his back as he squeezed through. On the other side, he found himself in a small, hidden grove. The air was warmer here, and the oppressive feeling of the forest seemed to lessen. In the center of the grove was a single ancient oak tree, its branches heavy with green leaves that seemed out of place in the otherwise dead forest. Beneath the tree was a stone cairn, its rocks arranged with care. Etched into the topmost stone was a single word, "Remember." Alejandro knelt beside the cairn, running his fingers over the word. It felt warm, almost alive, and for a moment the whispers stopped. He didn't know what it meant, but it felt like a message, a beacon of hope in the midst of the forest's darkness. As he stood, he noticed something tucked into the rocks, a small, leather-bound journal. He pulled it out carefully, opening it to find pages filled with cramped handwriting. The first entry was dated over 50 years ago, and the words sent a chill through him. "The forest is alive, and it hates us. It feeds on our fear, our pain. The rituals keep it at bay, but only for so long. I don't know how much longer we can last." Alejandro tucked the journal into his bag, his mind racing. He didn't know what the journal meant, but it was a clue, a piece of the puzzle he was determined to solve. As he turned to leave the grove, he noticed the trail had reappeared, winding away from the oak tree and deeper into the forest. The trail wound deeper into the forest, its path now clearer than before, as if the forest itself was guiding him. Alejandro kept the journal clutched tightly in his hands, its weight a constant reminder of the secrets it held. The oak grove felt like a distant memory now, the warmth and calm replaced by the oppressive atmosphere of the deeper woods. The whispers were quieter here, but they still lingered, a constant undercurrent of unease that set his nerves on edge. He stopped at a fallen log to catch his breath and examine the journal more closely. The pages were brittle, the ink faded but still legible. The handwriting was frantic, the letters uneven, as if the writer had been in a state of panic. He flipped through the entries, scanning for anything that might explain the forest's secrets. One passage stood out: "The hollow is not just a place. It's a being, an ancient, malevolent force that feeds on fear and despair. The rituals are a way to appease it, but the cost is too high. We've lost so many, but we can't stop. If we do, it will take us all." Alejandro's heart pounded as he read the words. The idea of the forest being alive, some kind of sentient entity, was beyond anything he had imagined. Yet it made a twisted kind of sense, given what he had seen so far. He turned to another entry, this one describing a ritual in detail. "We gathered at the black tree, offerings in hand. The symbols must be carved with precision, the words spoken without hesitation. If the ritual falters, the hollow will take its payment in blood." The black tree. He thought back to the twisted, blackened tree he had encountered earlier, the one with the glowing symbols. It had to be the same one. He shivered, recalling the overwhelming fear he had felt in its presence. The journal's description of the rituals filled him with dread, but it also gave him a lead. If he could find the black tree again, he might uncover more about the hollow and its connection to the cult. He closed the journal and tucked it back into his bag, his resolve hardening. The forest was dangerous, but he couldn't turn back now. The truth was here, buried in the darkness, and he was determined to uncover it. He stood and continued down the trail, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. The trees seemed to press closer now, their branches reaching like claws, and the whispers returned, louder than before. The trail ended abruptly at a steep ravine, the ground dropping away into a chasm filled with fog. Alejandro peered over the edge, but the mist obscured whatever lay below. A narrow, rickety bridge spanned the gap, its planks weathered and rotted. He hesitated, the idea of crossing filling him with unease, but there was no other way forward. Testing the first plank with his foot, he felt it creak ominously but hold his weight. He crossed slowly, one hand gripping the frayed rope railing for balance. The bridge swayed with every step, the wood groaning as if it might collapse at any moment. Halfway across, he stopped, his breath catching in his throat. Below him, the fog parted briefly, revealing the dark shapes of bodies tangled in the undergrowth at the bottom of the ravine. Some were skeletal, others fresh enough to still be clothed. He tore his gaze away, forcing himself to focus on the other side. When he finally reached solid ground, he let out a shaky breath, his legs trembling. The whispers had grown louder during the crossing, their voices now overlapping in a chaotic cacophony. He could make out individual words now. Fool, sacrifice, trapped. He shook his head, trying to clear the noise, and pressed on. The trail beyond the ravine was darker, the trees thicker and more twisted than ever. The air smelled of decay, and the ground was soft, sinking slightly under his weight. He shone his flashlight ahead, the beam illuminating something that made his heart skip a cluster of wooden effigies, their crude faces staring blankly into the darkness. They were arranged in a circle, their arms raised as if in supplication, and each one bore the same jagged symbol carved into its chest. Alejandro approached cautiously, his camera ready. The effigies were unervingly detailed, their expressions vacant yet somehow menacing. He noticed something tied around the neck of one, a strip of fabric, torn and bloodied. It looked familiar, and he realized with a jolt that it matched the scrap he had found earlier. He felt a surge of nausea as the implications sank in. The effigies weren't just symbols, they were warnings. As he stepped back, his foot caught on something buried in the soft ground. He crouched down, brushing away the dirt, and uncovered a small, rusted box. Inside was a collection of trinkets, a pocket watch, a ring, a lock of hair, and a folded piece of paper. He opened it carefully, revealing a map. Unlike the one Thomas had given him, this one was hand-drawn, its lines shaky but precise. It marked a path to what was labeled the Hollow, with notes in the margins. Beware the Watchers. They will try to stop you. Alejandro folded the map and tucked it into his bag, his mind racing. The Hollow, the place he had been searching for. It was real, and he was closer than ever to uncovering its secrets. But the note about the Watchers filled him with unease. Who or what were they? The whispers grew louder, their voices more insistent, and he felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of being watched. He turned, his flashlight beam sweeping the forest, but saw nothing. The effigies stared back at him, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles. The forest seemed to close in around him, its presence suffocating, and he knew he had to move. The forest grew darker as Alejandro pressed on, the path narrowing until it was little more than a faint track through the undergrowth. The whispers were louder now, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and malice. He could make out words more clearly, their meaning chilling. You don't belong. Don't belong. Don't belong. He gripped his flashlight tighter, its beam trembling as his hand shook. The map he had found was clutched in his other hand, the path to the Hollow marked with a shaky line. The air was thick with tension, every step heavier than the last. He felt as though the forest itself was resisting him, the trees leaning closer, their branches creaking like a warning. The farther he went, the more the landscape changed. The trees became twisted and gnarled, their bark blackened and their branches bare. The ground was soft and spongy, sinking slightly with every step, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. It was as if he was walking into the heart of something ancient and malevolent. He stopped when he reached a fork in the path, consulting the map. The left trail was marked with a warning, beware the Watchers. The right trail bore no notes, but it seemed to wind deeper into the forest's darkest reaches. Alejandro hesitated, torn between the two. He could feel the pull of the Hollow, its presence like a weight in the air, but the warning about the Watchers lingered in his mind. Before he could make a decision, a sound froze him in place, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. He turned sharply, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The growl came again, this time closer, and he felt a surge of fear. He took a step back, his foot crunching on a broken branch, and the sound was met with a sudden, deafening silence. Then, from the shadows, they emerged. The Watchers were unlike anything he had ever seen. Tall and gaunt, their bodies were impossibly thin, their limbs elongated and jointed unnaturally. Their skin was a sickly gray, stretched tight over their skeletal frames, and their faces were blank, featureless except for wide, gaping mouths that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. They moved with a jerky, disjointed grace, their limbs bending in ways that defied human anatomy. Alejandro froze, his breath caught in his throat. The Watchers circled him slowly, their movements deliberate, their heads tilting as if studying him. He could feel their presence, a cold, oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. The whispers rose to a deafening roar, the voices of the Watchers joining the cacophony. "Leave, leave, leave!" He took a step back, his heart pounding, and the Watchers followed, their movements synchronized. He could see no eyes, but he felt their gaze, piercing and malevolent. His mind raced, trying to think of a way out, but the forest seemed to close in around him, the trees forming an impenetrable barrier. The Watchers were closing in, their mouths opening wider, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. He turned and ran, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly as he sprinted down the right-hand trail. The Watchers gave chase, their movements unnervingly fast, their limbs bending and snapping like broken marionettes. The forest seemed to twist and turn around him, the path shifting as if the trees themselves were conspiring against him. He could hear the Watchers behind him, their guttural growls mingling with the whispers, their presence closing in. He stumbled, his foot catching on a root, and fell hard, his flashlight skidding out of his hand. He scrambled to his feet, panic surging through him, but the Watchers were already upon him. Their skeletal hands reached for him, their mouths opening wide, and he braced himself for the inevitable. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos, a deep, resonant chant that seemed to come from the forest itself. The Watchers froze, their heads snapping toward the sound, and Alejandro seized the moment. He grabbed his flashlight and ran, his legs burning with effort, the chant growing louder as he sprinted down the path. The trail opened into a small clearing, and he skidded to a halt, his breath coming in ragged gasps. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, cloaked in shadows and chanting in a language he didn't recognize. The Watchers had stopped at the edge of the clearing, their featureless faces turned toward the figure but not advancing further. Alejandro stared at the figure, his mind reeling. He didn't know who or what it was, but its presence had driven the Watchers back. The chanting stopped, and the figure turned toward him, its face obscured by the hood of its cloak. It raised a hand, pointing toward a trail on the far side of the clearing, and Alejandro understood it was showing him the way. Without hesitation, he ran, the Watchers still lingering at the edge of the clearing but not pursuing. The figure watched him go, its presence a silent protector, and as he disappeared into the trees, he heard the whispers one last time. "The hollow awaits." The trail the cloaked figure had pointed to was narrow and overgrown, but it felt different from the paths Alejandro had traveled before. The air was still heavy with the forest's oppressive presence, but the whispers had faded, replaced by an eerie silence. The trees here were twisted and blackened, their branches forming a canopy so dense that even the faint light of his flashlight struggled to pierce it. Every step felt like a descent into something ancient and malevolent, as if he was walking into the very heart of the forest's darkness. He moved cautiously, his flashlight beam illuminating more of the jagged symbols carved into the trees. They seemed to pulse faintly, their edges glowing with a sickly green light, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching him. The ground beneath his feet was soft and spongy, sinking slightly with every step, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its presence a palpable force that pressed in on him from all sides. After what felt like an eternity, the trail opened into a massive clearing. In the center stood the black tree, its twisted branches reaching toward the sky like clawed fingers. The symbols carved into its trunk glowed brightly, their light casting an eerie green hue over the clearing. At the base of the tree was a stone altar, its surface stained with what looked like dried blood. The air around the tree was unnaturally cold, and his breath formed thick clouds in the dim light. Alejandro approached the tree cautiously, his flashlight illuminating the symbols more clearly. They seemed to shift and writhe as he looked at them, their edges blurring and reforming into unfamiliar shapes. He felt a wave of dizziness and had to look away, his head pounding as the whispers started again, louder and more insistent than ever. "You should not be here. You should not be here." He ignored the voices, focusing on the altar. Its surface was covered in more symbols, their meanings unclear but their presence unsettling. Scattered around it were offerings, animal bones, feathers, and jars filled with dark liquid. He noticed something carved into the stone at the base of the altar. "The hollow feeds on fear. The price must be paid." The words sent a chill down his spine, and he stepped back, his mind racing. The journal he had found earlier felt heavy in his bag, and he pulled it out, flipping to the page that described the rituals. The entries were frantic, the handwriting uneven, but they confirmed his worst fears. The rituals were meant to appease the hollow, to keep it from consuming everything. But the cost was steep human sacrifice. He thought of the effigies, the bodies in the ravine, and the blood-stained altar. The cult had been desperate, willing to do anything to keep the hollow at bay. As he read, he noticed something else, a reference to a key, something that could either control the hollow or destroy it. The details were vague, but it was enough to give him hope. If he could find the key, he might be able to end this nightmare. He scanned the clearing, his flashlight beam illuminating the shadows, but there was no sign of it. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping in a chaotic cacophony of fear and malice. He could feel the hollow's presence, a cold, oppressive force that made it hard to breathe. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. He stumbled back, clutching the journal, and felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of being watched. He turned sharply, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and froze. At the edge of the clearing stood the Watchers, their gaunt forms silhouetted against the trees. They were motionless, their featureless faces turned toward him, their wide mouths stretching into grotesque smiles. Alejandro's heart pounded as he realized they were blocking his only way out. The whispers turned to laughter, low and mocking, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating. The symbols on the tree glowed brighter, their light pulsing like a heartbeat, and the ground beneath him seemed to shudder. He knew he needed to act, but the Watchers were too many, their presence too overwhelming. Then, from the shadows, the cloaked figure emerged again. It moved silently, its presence commanding, and the Watchers turned toward it, their laughter fading to a low growl. The figure raised a hand, and the Watchers hesitated, their movements jerky and uncertain. It turned to Alejandro, pointing to a gap in the trees on the far side of the clearing. Without hesitation, he ran, his legs burning with effort, the Watcher's growls fading behind him. The figure watched him go, its presence a silent protector, and as he disappeared into the trees, he heard the whispers one last time. "Find the key! Find the key!" The trail beyond the clearing was narrow and treacherous, the undergrowth so thick that Alejandro had to fight his way through. The air was heavy and damp, the forest's oppressive presence pressing in on him from all sides. The whispers were louder here, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and malice. He could feel the hollow's presence, a cold, malevolent force that seemed to pulse through the very ground beneath his feet. He stumbled into a small, hidden grove, the air warmer and the atmosphere lighter than the surrounding forest. In the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal, its surface worn smooth by time. Resting atop it was a small, ornate box, its lid carved with the same jagged symbol he had seen throughout the forest. His heart leaped as he realized what it must be the key. He approached the pedestal cautiously, his flashlight beam illuminating the box more clearly. The carvings on its lid were intricate, the symbol surrounded by what looked like vines or roots. He hesitated, his hand hovering over the box, unsure if he should open it. The whispers grew louder, their voices more urgent, but he couldn't make out the words. Finally, he reached out and picked up the box, his fingers trembling as he lifted the lid. Inside was a small, wooden figurine, its shape crude but unmistakably human. Its surface was covered in the same jagged symbol, and its eyes, tiny shards of black glass, seemed to stare into his soul. He felt a wave of dizziness and had to steady himself against the pedestal, his head pounding as the whispers exploded into a deafening roar. The figurine was the key. He didn't know how he knew, but the realization was undeniable. It was both a tool and a weapon, something that could either control the hollow or destroy it. But using it would come at a cost. He could feel it in the air, in the weight of the figurine in his hand. The forest seemed to hold its breath, its presence waiting, watching. He tucked the figurine into his bag and turned to leave the grove, but the trail he had come through was gone. The trees had closed in again, their branches twisted together to form a solid wall. He swore under his breath, his frustration boiling over, and tried to push through, but the branches were unyielding. The whispers started again, soft and mocking this time, and he felt a surge of anger. Before he could react, the ground beneath him began to tremble, the forest shaking as if in protest. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned to screams, chaotic and deafening. He stumbled back, clutching the bag with the figurine, and felt the hollow's presence closing in. The symbols on the trees flared brightly, their light blinding, and the forest seemed to come alive around him. The watchers emerged from the shadows, their gaunt forms silhouetted against the trees. They moved with a jerky, disjointed grace, their featureless faces turned toward him, their wide mouths stretching into grotesque smiles. Alejandro's heart pounded as he realized they were blocking his only way out. He turned to run, but the watchers were closing in, their movements unervingly fast. He could feel their cold, skeletal hands reaching for him, their mouths opening wider to reveal rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. He braced himself for the inevitable, but then something unexpected happened. The figurine in his bag began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to pulse through the air. The watchers froze, their heads snapping toward the bag, their growls fading to a low whine. Alejandro hesitated, then pulled the figurine out, holding it up like a shield. The watchers recoiled, their movements jerky and uncertain, and he felt a surge of hope. The figurine was more than just a key, it was a weapon. He didn't know how to use it, but its presence was enough to keep the watchers at bay. He took a step forward, the watchers retreating as he advanced, and knew he had to make for the black tree. The heart of the hollow awaited, and with the figurine in hand, he might finally be able to end this nightmare. The path to the black tree was shrouded in darkness, the forest's oppressive presence pressing in on Alejandro from all sides. The whispers had faded again, replaced by an eerie silence that felt almost worse. The air was thick with tension, every step heavier than the last, as if the forest itself was resisting him. The figurine in his bag hummed faintly, its vibration a constant reminder of the power he now carried. When he reached the clearing, the black tree loomed before him, its twisted branches clawing at the sky. The symbols carved into its trunk glowed with an unnatural light, their edges writhing and shifting as if alive. The stone altar at its base was still stained with dried blood, the offerings scattered around it more numerous than before. The air around the tree was unnaturally cold, and his breath formed thick clouds in the dim light. Alejandro approached the tree cautiously, the figurine clutched tightly in his hand. He could feel the hollow's presence, a cold, malevolent force that seemed to pulse through the very ground beneath his feet. The whispers started again, their voices low and mocking, but he focused on the task at hand. He had to use the figurine, had to end this nightmare once and for all. As he stepped closer to the altar, the ground beneath him began to tremble, the forest shaking as if in protest. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating, but he forced himself to stay focused. He placed the figurine on the altar, its surface glowing faintly as it made contact with the stone. The whispers turned to screams, chaotic and deafening, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating, but he forced himself to stay focused. He had to act, had to use the figurine to end this nightmare. The figurine began to hum louder, its vibration resonating through the air and the ground beneath him. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating, but he forced himself to stay focused. He had to act, had to use the figurine to end this nightmare. As the figurine's hum grew louder, the ground beneath him began to shake violently, the forest quaking as if in protest. The air grew colder still, and he could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating. He braced himself against the altar, his hands gripping the stone, and focused on the figurine. The hollow's presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that threatened to consume him. He could feel it in his mind, in his very soul, and knew he had to act quickly. He focused on the figurine, on the power it held, and willed it to work. The figurine's hum reached a crescendo, its vibration resonating through the air and the ground beneath him. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating, but he forced himself to stay focused. As the figurine's hum reached a crescendo, the ground beneath him began to shake violently, the forest quaking as if in protest. The air grew colder still, and he could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating. He braced himself against the altar, his hands gripping the stone, and focused on the figurine. The hollow's presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that threatened to consume him. He could feel it in his mind, in his very soul, and knew he had to act quickly. He focused on the figurine, on the power it held, and willed it to work. The figurine's hum reached a crescendo, its vibration resonating through the air and the ground beneath him. The symbols on the tree flared brightly, their light blinding, and the air grew colder still. He could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating, but he forced himself to stay focused. As the figurine's hum reached a crescendo, the ground beneath him began to shake violently, the forest quaking as if in protest. The air grew colder still, and he could feel the hollow's presence closing in, its malevolence suffocating. He braced himself against the altar, his hands gripping the stone, and focused on the figurine. The hollow's presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that threatened to consume him. He could feel it in his mind, in his very soul, and knew he had to act quickly. He focused on the figurine, on the power it held, and willed it to work. The figurine's hum reached a deafening peak, its vibration resonating through the air and shaking the ground beneath Alejandro's feet. The symbols carved into the black tree burned with an otherworldly light, their jagged edges writhing like live wires. The air was electric with tension, the whispers of the forest rising to a cacophony of screams and pleading voices. Alejandro stood frozen, the figurine clutched tightly in his hand, as the hollow's presence loomed larger than ever. The black tree began to twist and groan, its branches thrashing wildly as if in pain. The ground beneath the altar cracked open, revealing a yawning chasm of darkness. Alejandro stumbled back, his heart pounding as he felt the pull of the void. The hollow was here, its malevolent essence spilling into the world, and he knew this was his only chance to stop it. The figurine grew hotter in his hand, its surface glowing with an intense light. He felt its power, raw and untamed, coursing through him. The journal had spoken of sacrifices of blood and fear, but the figurine demanded something more. It demanded intent, focus, and a will strong enough to wield it. Alejandro tightened his grip, his mind racing as he tried to understand what he had to do. The Watchers emerged from the shadows, their gaunt forms closing in on him. Their featureless faces were turned toward the figurine, their wide mouths stretched in grotesque smiles. Alejandro raised the figurine high, its light forcing the Watchers to falter. They hissed and recoiled, their movements jerky and uncertain, but they did not retreat entirely. The air grew colder, the hollow's presence thickening until it was almost suffocating. The chasm at the base of the tree widened, tendrils of darkness snaking out and coiling around the altar. Alejandro could feel the hollow's hunger, its desire to consume everything. He knew he had to act, but the power of the figurine was overwhelming, and he wasn't sure he could control it. He closed his eyes, focusing on the figurine, and felt its power surge through him. Memories flooded his mind, his sister's laughter, the warmth of the sun on his face, the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. He clung to these moments, using them as an anchor against the hollow's darkness. The figurine's light grew brighter, its hum resonating with a deep, primal energy. The hollow lashed out, its tendrils of darkness slamming into the altar and sending it crashing to the ground. Alejandro was thrown back, the figurine slipping from his hand. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he searched for it in the chaos. The Watchers lunged at him, their skeletal hands clawing at the air, but the figurine's light flared, forcing them to retreat. He grabbed the figurine and turned toward the chasm, his resolve hardening. The hollow's presence was overwhelming, but he could feel the figurine's power coursing through him, a beacon of hope in the darkness. He knew what he had to do. Alejandro stepped toward the chasm, the figurine's light cutting through the shadows. The hollow's tendrils lashed at him, but he stood his ground, raising the figurine high. Its light grew brighter, its hum resonating with a deep, primal energy. He focused on the light, on the memories it carried, and felt the hollow's grip weaken. The Watchers circled him, their growls growing desperate, but they could not approach the figurine's light. Alejandro took another step toward the chasm, his heart pounding as he felt the hollow's presence shift. It was afraid, he realized, and that gave him strength. He reached the edge of the chasm, the darkness swirling beneath him like a storm. The figurine's light was blinding now, its vibration shaking the very air. He took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the figurine, and made his decision. With a final, resolute step, Alejandro plunged the figurine into the chasm. The light exploded, illuminating the clearing and driving back the shadows. The hollow screamed, its presence shattering as the figurine's power consumed it. The chasm closed, the ground trembling as the forest returned to silence. Alejandro fell to his knees, the figurine's light fading as the hollow's presence vanished. The air was still, the whispers gone, and the forest felt ordinary once more. He looked up at the black tree, its twisted branches now lifeless, and knew the nightmare was over. The forbidden ritual. The shrill ringing of the phone shattered the silence of Sophia's dimly lit apartment. She paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard of her laptop. It was past midnight, and the sound felt unnervingly out of place. She hesitated before answering, her voice cautious. "Hello." The line crackled, filled with static, and for a moment she thought it was a prank. Then a distorted voice whispered, They're summoning something they can't control." The words were barely audible, but they sent a chill down her spine. "Find the clearing in the Blackwood Forest before it's too late." "Who is this?" Sophia demanded, her heart pounding. The static grew louder, drowning out the voice, and the call ended abruptly. She stared at her phone, the screen now dark, and a strange unease settled over her. She'd received anonymous tips before, but this felt different. The voice had carried a weight, a desperation that lingered in the air long after the call had ended. Sophia was no stranger to the macabre. As an investigative journalist, she'd spent years chasing stories that others avoided: unsolved murders, urban legends, and the occasional supernatural claim. But this wasn't just another story. The urgency in the voice, the mention of a summoning, it felt like a warning. And warnings, in her experience, often came too late. The next morning, she drove to Blackwood Forest, a dense and foreboding expanse of wilderness that locals avoided. The forest had a reputation. Strange disappearances, eerie lights, and whispers of cult activity had haunted the area for decades. As she parked her car at the edge of the forest, she felt a sense of dread that she couldn't shake. The air was heavy, the sunlight filtering through the trees in fragmented beams. The forest seemed alive, the rustling of leaves sounding like whispers. Sophia tightened her jacket and adjusted her camera bag. She had no idea what she was looking for, but she trusted her instincts, and her instincts told her she was onto something big. As she ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew oppressive. The trees loomed taller, their branches twisted like skeletal fingers. The ground was uneven, covered in roots that seemed to writhe beneath her feet. She paused to catch her breath, and that's when she noticed a faint chanting, carried on the wind. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Sophia followed the sound, her heart racing. The chanting grew louder, more rhythmic, and she could now make out a faint glow ahead. She crept closer, her camera ready, and peered through the underbrush. In a clearing, a group of hooded figures stood in a circle, their arms raised toward a massive, gnarled tree. At the base of the tree was an altar, adorned with candles, bones, and strange symbols carved into the wood. The chanting reached a crescendo, and the air seemed to vibrate with energy. Sophia's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she was witnessing: a ritual. She raised her camera, snapping a few quick photos. The flash went off, and in that instant, everything stopped. The chanting ceased, and the figures turned toward her in unison. Panic surged through her veins, and she bolted, crashing through the underbrush as the sound of pursuit echoed behind her. She didn't stop until she reached her car, her chest heaving and her hands trembling. As she drove away, she couldn't shake the feeling that something far worse than a cult was at play. The forest had felt alive, and it had seen her. She didn't know it yet, but she wasn't just a witness to this mystery, she was a part of it. The village near Blackwood Forest was a small, decaying place, the kind that time seemed to have forgotten. The houses were old, their paint peeling, and the streets were eerily quiet. Sophia parked her car and stepped out, scanning the area for signs of life. She could feel the villagers' eyes on her from behind curtains and cracked doors. Strangers weren't welcome here. She approached a local store, its windows fogged with dust. Inside, an elderly man with a hunched back eyed her suspiciously. "What brings you here?" he asked, his voice gravelly. Sophia explained that she was a journalist researching the forest's history. The man's expression darkened. "Nothing good comes from poking around in Blackwood," he muttered. When she mentioned the cult, the man's face went pale. "You've seen them?" he whispered. He hesitated, then leaned in closer. "If you're brave or foolish enough to seek answers, talk to Magdalena. She lives on the edge of the forest. But be warned, she doesn't take kindly to visitors." Sophia thanked him and left, the man's warning echoing in her mind. She followed the directions he'd given her, walking along a narrow path that led to a crumbling cottage. The air around it felt heavy, and the trees seemed to lean away from the structure as if it were cursed. She knocked on the door, her knuckles rapping against the warped wood. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with piercing eyes and long, tangled hair. Her face was lined with age, but her gaze was sharp, almost unnervingly so. "I wondered when you'd come," Magdalena said, her voice low and gravelly. Sophia froze, startled. "You knew I was coming?" Magdalena stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. The interior of the cottage was cluttered with herbs, candles, and strange artifacts. The air smelled of earth and incense. Sophia hesitated but stepped inside, her instincts screaming at her to tread carefully. Magdalena closed the door, the sound final, as if sealing them in. "You've seen them, haven't you?" Magdalena asked, her eyes probing. Sophia nodded, pulling out her camera to show the photos of the ritual. The witch's expression darkened as she flipped through them. "Fools," she muttered. "They think they can control it, but they're only opening a door they can't close." Sophia leaned forward, her curiosity overriding her unease. "Control what? What are they summoning?" Magdalena's gaze shifted to the window, where the forest loomed in the distance. Something ancient, something hungry. It's been waiting, dormant, but they're feeding it. And once it wakes... Her voice trailed off, her meaning clear. "Why haven't you stopped them?" Sophia asked. Magdalena let out a bitter laugh. "I've tried, but the forest protects them. It feeds on their madness, their desperation. And now that they have the book, there's little I can do." Sophia's eyes widened. "The book? What book?" Magdalena moved to a shelf and pulled out an old, leather-bound tome. Its cover was embossed with the same symbol Sophia had seen in the forest. "This is a copy," Magdalena explained. "The original is far more dangerous. It contains the ritual and the incantations needed to summon the devourer. If they complete it, the consequences will be catastrophic." Sophia's mind raced. "What can I do to stop them?" Magdalena studied her for a long moment, as if weighing her worth. "You're already involved," she said finally. "The forest has marked you. But if you're determined to see this through, I'll help you. Just know that this path leads to darkness, and not everyone survives it." As Sophia left the cottage, Magdalena's warning echoed in her mind. She glanced at the forest, its shadowy depths pulling at her like a magnet. She knew she couldn't turn back now. The cult, the ritual, the devourer, they were pieces of a puzzle she needed to solve. But as she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching her, waiting for her next move. The forest seemed different this time, as if it had sensed her return. The air was thicker, the shadows longer, and the rustling of leaves carried an unsettling undertone. Sophia moved cautiously, her camera in hand, her senses on high alert. Magdalena's warning echoed in her mind. The forest is alive, and it watches. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was tracking her every move. She retraced her steps to the clearing where she'd witnessed the ritual, but now it was eerily empty. The altar was gone, the symbols erased, as if the cult had never been there. Yet, the ground felt warm beneath her feet, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. She knelt, running her fingers over the soil. It was unnaturally smooth, as if it had been disturbed and hastily smoothed over. Further into the forest, she noticed the first symbol, a jagged, spiraling mark carved into the bark of a tree. It was almost hidden among the natural grooves, but the deliberate precision of the carving was unmistakable. She took a photo, the flash illuminating the symbol briefly before it seemed to darken, as if absorbing the light. As she ventured deeper, she found more symbols on rocks, on trees, even etched into the ground. Each one was slightly different, yet they all shared a common, unsettling design. They seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, and the air around them felt colder, heavier. She documented each one, her camera capturing the images but distorting them with static and shadows. The forest grew quieter the further she went, the usual sounds of birds and insects fading into an oppressive silence. Her breath came in shallow puffs, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt like she was being led somewhere, the symbols guiding her like breadcrumbs. But to what? And why? She stumbled upon a massive oak tree, its trunk scarred with overlapping symbols that formed a spiraling pattern. At its base was a small, shallow cavity, and inside lay a bundle of bones wrapped in rotting cloth. Sophia's stomach churned as she realized they were human finger bones, their tips blackened as if burned. She stepped back, her mind racing with questions she wasn't sure she wanted answered. The stillness was shattered by a sudden, guttural growl. Sophia froze, her eyes scanning the shadows. The sound came again, low and menacing, followed by the crunch of leaves underfoot. Something was moving, something large and unseen. Her instincts screamed at her to run, but her curiosity held her in place. She raised her camera, aiming it toward the sound. The flash illuminated the forest for a split second, revealing a figure tall, hunched, and cloaked in darkness. Its eyes glowed faintly, and its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin. Then it was gone, vanishing into the shadows as if it had never been there. Sophia's hands trembled as she lowered the camera. The photo on the screen was a blur of static, but in the center, faintly visible, were those glowing eyes. She turned and ran, her feet pounding against the uneven ground. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees twisting and shifting as if trying to block her path. The growl followed her, growing louder, more frenzied. She didn't dare look back, her focus entirely on escaping the suffocating darkness. When she finally burst out of the forest, her lungs burning and her legs shaking, she collapsed to her knees. The growl had faded, but the forest loomed behind her, its shadows stretching toward her as if reluctant to let her go. She glanced at the photos on her camera, each one a chaotic mess of static and distortion, except for those glowing eyes. Magdalena's words came back to her, "They're feeding it." Sophia felt a chill crawl up her spine. She didn't know what the symbols meant or what that creature was, but she knew one thing: she was in far deeper than she'd realized. The forest wasn't just a backdrop to the cult's rituals, it was an active participant, a living entity with its own malevolent will. As she drove back to the village, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. The road was empty, the trees lining it silent and still, yet she kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see glowing eyes staring back at her. She knew she couldn't stop now. The symbols, the bones, the creature, they were pieces of a puzzle she needed to solve. But the closer she got to the truth, the more she realized that some doors, once opened, could never be closed. The cottage felt like a sanctuary after the horrors of the forest. Sophia sat at Magdalena's table, her hands still trembling as she sipped a cup of herbal tea. The witch watched her with a mix of curiosity and concern, her piercing eyes scanning Sophia's face as if reading her thoughts. "You've seen the symbols," Magdalena said, her voice low. It wasn't a question. Sophia nodded, pulling out her camera to show the distorted photos. Magdalena's expression darkened as she flipped through them. "They're markers," she explained, "points of power used to channel the Devourer's energy. Every symbol you've seen is a step closer to its awakening." Sophia's stomach churned. "How do we stop it?" Magdalena hesitated, her gaze shifting to the shelves cluttered with artifacts and books. "There's a way," she said slowly. But it's dangerous. The cult's power comes from an ancient book, the Codex of the Veil. It contains the rituals, the incantations, and the knowledge to control the Devourer. If we can find it, we might have a chance to end this. Sophia leaned forward, her exhaustion forgotten. Where is it? Magdalena shook her head. They've hidden it well, but I know where to start. The original site of their rituals, there's a crypt deep in the forest, and that's where the book is likely kept. Sophia's heart sank. Going back into the forest was the last thing she wanted, but she knew she had no choice. The two women set out at dawn, the forest still shrouded in mist. Magdalena led the way, her movements sure and deliberate, as if she knew every inch of the woods. The symbols they passed seemed to pulse faintly, their carvings glowing with an unnatural light. Sophia stayed close, her camera swinging from her neck, her eyes darting nervously to the shadows. They reached the crypt as the sun began to rise, its pale light filtering through the trees. The structure was ancient, its stone walls cracked and overgrown with moss. The entrance was a narrow doorway, its archway carved with the same spiraling symbol Sophia had seen in the forest. Magdalena paused, her expression grim. "Stay close," she whispered. Inside, the air was damp and cold, the walls lined with crumbling shelves filled with bones and artifacts. The crypt seemed to stretch endlessly, its corridors twisting and turning like a maze. Magdalena moved with purpose, her footsteps silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Sophia followed, her breath shallow, her heart pounding. They found the book in a small, circular chamber at the heart of the crypt. It lay on a stone pedestal, its leather-bound cover adorned with the same symbols as the trees and rocks. The air around it seemed to hum with energy, and Sophia felt an almost magnetic pull toward it. Magdalena hesitated, her hand hovering over the book. "Be careful," she warned. "It's not just a book, it's alive." Sophia stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the book. Its surface seemed to ripple, as if something writhed beneath the leather. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the cover, and a jolt of cold shot through her arm. She gasped, pulling her hand back, but the book's presence lingered, a cold weight pressing against her mind. Magdalena opened the book, its pages crackling like dry leaves. The writing was in a language Sophia didn't recognize, the letters twisting and writhing as if alive. The illustrations were grotesque depictions of the Devourer, its form shifting and chaotic, and the rituals used to summon it. Magdalena's face was pale as she flipped through the pages, her hands trembling. "This is worse than I thought," she murmured. "They've already started the final ritual. We have only days, maybe hours, before the Devourer is fully summoned." Sophia's chest tightened. "What do we do?" Magdalena closed the book, her expression resolute. "We destroy it. But it won't be easy. The book is tied to the Devourer, and it will fight to survive." As they left the crypt, the forest seemed darker, more oppressive. Sophia clutched the book tightly, its cold weight pressing against her chest. She could feel its presence in her mind, a faint whisper that grew louder with every step. Magdalena's warning echoed in her thoughts. "It's not just a book, it's alive." And as she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling that the book was watching her, waiting for her to falter. The cottage felt smaller with the Codex of the Veil in its midst. The book sat on the table, its presence a cold, oppressive weight that seemed to warp the air around it. Magdalena had lit candles and drawn a circle of salt on the floor, but even these precautions felt inadequate against the book's malevolence. Sophia stood by the window, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Magdalena's expression was grim as she studied the book. "We need to sever its connection to the Devourer," she said. "But doing so will draw its attention and the attention of the cult." She began to gather herbs and bottles from the shelves, their contents as strange and otherworldly as the book itself. Sophia watched, her unease growing with each passing moment. The witch prepared a mixture in a stone bowl, her hands moving with practiced precision. "This will weaken the book's power," she explained, "but it won't destroy it. For that, we'll need fire, a purifying flame." Sophia glanced at the fireplace, its embers glowing faintly. "Will that be enough?" she asked. Magdalena hesitated. "It will have to be." As the mixture was applied to the book's cover, the air in the cottage grew colder. The candles flickered, their flames bending unnaturally toward the book, and the symbols on its surface began to glow faintly. Sophia felt a pressure in her chest, a heaviness that made it difficult to breathe. "It's resisting," Magdalena muttered, her voice tense. The book began to tremble, its pages flipping wildly as if caught in an invisible wind. A low, guttural growl emanated from it, and Sophia's instincts screamed at her to run. She stepped back, her heart pounding, as Magdalena began to chant in a language that twisted the air with its rhythm. The sound was both beautiful and horrifying, a song of power and defiance. The room seemed to darken, the shadows stretching and coalescing into figures that lurked just beyond the circle of salt. Sophia's breath came in shallow gasps, her eyes darting to the shifting shapes. "What's happening?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "They're trying to stop us," Magdalena replied, her voice strained. "Hold the circle." Sophia knelt beside the salt line, her hands gripping the floor as if she could anchor herself to reality. The shadows pressed closer, their forms shifting into grotesque shapes, skeletal hands, gnashing teeth, glowing eyes. The growl from the book grew louder, more frenzied, and the air was filled with the stench of rot and decay. Magdalena's chanting reached a crescendo, and the book let out a piercing screech that echoed through the cottage. The symbols on its cover flared brightly, then began to fade, their light dissolving into the air. The witch grabbed the book and hurled it into the fireplace, the flames roaring hungrily as they consumed it. For a moment, the room was still, the oppressive weight lifting as the book burned. Then the shadows surged forward, their forms solidifying into horrific creatures that clawed at the salt circle. Sophia screamed, scrambling back as the line of salt began to disintegrate. Magdalena raised her hands, her voice booming with authority as she spoke a single word of power. The creatures shrieked, their forms dissolving into smoke as the word reverberated through the room. The fireplace crackled, the flames consuming the last remnants of the book, and the air grew still once more. Magdalena slumped into a chair, her face pale and drawn. "It's done," she said, her voice hoarse. But as Sophia looked into the fireplace, she saw something that made her blood run cold. A single page, untouched by the flames, its symbols glowing faintly. She reached for it, her hand trembling, and as her fingers brushed the paper, a voice echoed in her mind, "It's not over." Magdalena's eyes widened as she saw the page. "No," she whispered, her voice filled with dread. "It's still connected." Sophia felt a wave of despair wash over her. The destruction of the book had weakened the devourer, but it hadn't stopped it. And now, with the page in their possession, they were more entangled than ever. The untouched page lay on the table, its symbols glowing faintly, as if mocking their efforts. Magdalena stared at it, her face pale and drawn, her earlier confidence shattered. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Sophia's hands trembled as she reached for the page, but Magdalena stopped her. "Don't touch it," she warned. "It's still tied to the devourer, and it will corrupt anything or anyone who comes too close." Sophia stepped back, her mind racing. What does this mean? Is the devourer still being summoned? Magdalena nodded, her expression grim. The book was a focus, a conduit for its power. Destroying it weakened its connection, But this page, she gestured to the glowing symbols. It's a fragment of the codex, and it's enough to keep the ritual alive. The room felt colder now, the shadows deeper and more menacing. Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something lurked just beyond the edges of her vision. Magdalena began to pace, her hands clasped tightly behind her back. "We need to find the cult's leader," she said. "They're the ones anchoring the ritual. If we can stop them, we might be able to sever the connection completely." Sophia's mind flashed back to the figure she'd glimpsed in the forest, tall, hunched, and cloaked in darkness. "I've seen someone," she said, her voice shaky. "In the forest. They were watching me." Magdalena stopped pacing, her eyes narrowing. "Describe them," she demanded. Sophia hesitated, her memories hazy but vivid. They were tall, with glowing eyes. And their mouth? It was twisted, unnatural. Magdalena's expression darkened. "That's not the leader," she said, her voice low. "That's something else, a servant of the devourer, bound to its will. If it's hunting you, it's because you've become a threat." Sophia's chest tightened. "A threat?" Magdalena nodded. "The devourer thrives on fear and chaos, but it also recognizes those who can challenge it. You've seen too much, and now it wants you gone." The thought sent a chill down Sophia's spine. She glanced at the page, its symbols pulsing faintly, as if in response to her fear. Magdalena followed her gaze, her expression hardening. "We need to act quickly," she said. "The longer we wait, the stronger the devourer becomes. And if it fully awakens—" She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. They left the cottage at dawn, the forest shrouded in a thick, oppressive mist. Magdalena carried a satchel filled with herbs, candles, and other tools, while Sophia clutched her camera, her only defense against the unseen. The symbols in the forest seemed brighter now, their glow more intense, as if feeding off the devourer's growing power. They reached a clearing deep in the forest, the ground marked with a large, spiraling symbol carved into the earth. At its center was a stone altar, its surface stained with dark, dried blood. Magdalena knelt beside the altar, her fingers tracing the edges of the symbol. "This is where they've been conducting the ritual," she said. "But it's only one part of the process." Sophia's gaze wandered to the trees surrounding the clearing. Their trunks were scarred with overlapping symbols, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The air was heavy with the scent of blood and decay, and the silence was deafening. She raised her camera, snapping a photo, but the image on the screen was a chaotic mess of static and shadows. Magdalena stood, her expression resolute. "We need to disrupt the ritual here," she said. "But it won't be easy. The devourer's servants will try to stop us." As if on cue, a low growl echoed through the clearing, the sound sending a wave of terror through Sophia. She turned, her eyes scanning the mist, but the source of the sound remained hidden. The growl came again, closer this time, and the mist began to shift, coalescing into a shadowy figure. It was tall, hunched, and cloaked in darkness, its glowing eyes fixed on them. Magdalena stepped forward, her voice steady as she began to chant, the words twisting the air with their power. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she prepared to face the unknown. The figure lunged, its form shifting into a swirling mass of shadows and teeth. Magdalena's chant grew louder, the words resonating with a force that made the ground tremble. Sophia pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the creature for a split second, its grotesque form frozen in the light. It shrieked, its body disintegrating into smoke, but the echoes of its growl lingered, a warning of what was to come. The clearing was eerily silent after the creature's disappearance, the mist hanging heavy in the air like a shroud. Magdalena stood at the center of the spiraling symbol, her hands raised as she continued to chant, her voice a steady counterpoint to the oppressive stillness. Sophia gripped her camera tightly, her heart pounding as she scanned their surroundings. The forest felt alive, its shadows shifting and twisting as if watching them. Magdalena's chant reached a crescendo, and the symbols carved into the ground began to glow faintly, their light pulsating in time with her words. The air grew colder, and a faint guttural growl echoed through the clearing, sending a chill down Sophia's spine. "Stay close," Magdalena whispered, her voice strained. "They're coming." The growl grew louder, more frenzied, and the mist began to swirl, coalescing into shadowy figures that emerged from the trees. Their forms were grotesque, twisted and hunched, their glowing eyes fixed on Sophia and Magdalena. The creatures moved with unnatural speed, their clawed hands reaching out as they surged forward. Magdalena's chant grew louder, her words resonating with a power that made the ground tremble. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she pressed the shutter. The flash illuminated the clearing, freezing the creatures in the light, their forms disintegrating into smoke. But more took their place, their growls becoming a cacophony of rage and hunger. Magdalena's voice faltered for a moment, her strength waning under the onslaught. "We need to disrupt the altar," she shouted. Sophia nodded, her eyes darting to the stone altar at the center of the clearing. Its surface was stained with dried blood, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with an unseen force. She moved toward it, her every step feeling heavier, as if the forest itself was resisting her. The creatures lunged at her, their claws inches from her skin, but Magdalena's chant surged, her words creating a barrier that held them at bay. As Sophia reached the altar, she felt a cold, oppressive weight pressing down on her, as if the devourer's gaze was fixed on her. The symbols carved into the stone glowed faintly, their light pulsating in time with the creature's growls. She raised her camera, aiming it at the altar, and pressed the shutter. The flash illuminated the stone, revealing cracks in its surface, but the symbols remained untouched. Magdalena's voice grew louder, her chant reaching a fever pitch as she stepped forward, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. The creatures shrieked, their forms dissolving into smoke, but their echoes lingered, a warning of the devourer's growing power. Sophia grabbed a rock from the ground, her hands trembling as she raised it above the altar. "Do it!" Magdalena shouted. Sophia brought the rock down with all her strength, the impact echoing through the clearing. The altar cracked, its surface splintering, and the symbols' glow dimmed for a moment. But then the air grew colder, and a low, guttural roar shook the ground, sending Sophia stumbling back. The creatures disappeared, their growls fading into silence, but the oppressive weight in the air remained. Magdalena knelt beside the altar, her hands hovering over the cracks as she whispered a final incantation. The symbols' glow flickered and died, their light dissolving into the air, but the forest remained still and silent, as if holding its breath. "It's done," Magdalena said, her voice hoarse. "The ritual here is disrupted." But as Sophia looked at the altar, she saw something that made her blood run cold, a faint, glowing symbol etched into the stone, untouched by the rock's impact. She stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the mark, and felt a cold, creeping dread settle over her. "Magdalena," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's not over." The witch followed her gaze, her expression darkening as she saw the symbol. "They've anchored the ritual elsewhere," she said, her voice low. "This was just one piece of it." Sophia's chest tightened. "Where?" Magdalena hesitated, her eyes scanning the clearing. "The village," she said finally. "They've infiltrated the village." The realization sent a wave of terror through Sophia. The cult wasn't just in the forest, they were among the people, hiding in plain sight. And now, with the ritual partially disrupted, they would be more desperate than ever. Magdalena stood, her expression resolute. "We need to stop them," she said, "before it's too late." The village was eerily silent as Sophia and Magdalena approached, the streets empty and the windows dark. It was midday, but the sun seemed subdued, its light filtered through a hazy gray sky. Sophia's footsteps echoed as they walked, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Where is everyone?" she whispered. Magdalena's expression was grim as she scanned the near-deserted streets. "They're here," she said quietly. "But something's wrong." The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy that made Sophia's skin crawl. She glanced at the houses, their windows like empty eyes staring back at her, and couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They reached the center of the village, where the cobblestone square was usually bustling with activity. Now, it was deserted, the only movement coming from a lone figure standing in the shadows of the town hall. Sophia's heart raced as she recognized the hunched, cloaked form from the forest, their glowing eyes fixed on her. Magdalena stepped forward, her voice low and dangerous. "Show yourself," she demanded. The figure stepped into the light, their twisted smile sending a wave of terror through Sophia. Their face was pale and gaunt, their mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and their eyes burned with a cold, malevolent light. "You're too late," they hissed, their voice a guttural rasp. "The devourer is already here." Magdalena's hands clenched into fists, her eyes narrowing. "Where are the others?" she demanded. The figure laughed, the sound harsh and grating, and gestured to the town hall. "See for yourself." Sophia's stomach churned as she followed their gaze, her mind racing with horrible possibilities. They approached the town hall cautiously, the heavy oak doors creaking open as they neared. The air inside was thick with the scent of iron and decay, and the faint sound of chanting echoed through the halls. Magdalena stepped inside, her movements deliberate, and Sophia followed, her camera clutched tightly in her hands. The main chamber was filled with people, their faces pale and blank, their eyes hollow. They stood in a circle around a large spiraling symbol carved into the floor, their voices chanting in unison. At the center of the circle was a figure clothed in tattered robes, their arms raised as they conducted the ritual. Sophia's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the symbol on the floor, the same one from the forest clearing. Magdalena's expression darkened as she stepped forward, her voice cutting through the chant like a blade. "Stop this!" she shouted, her words resonating with power. The chanting faltered, and the leader turned, their face obscured by a mask fashioned from bone and sinew. "You cannot stop the devourer," they said, their voice echoing unnaturally. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader. She pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the scene in stark contrast. The leader's mask cracked, revealing a face twisted with rage, and the chanting resumed, louder and more frenzied than before. Magdalena stepped forward, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as she began to chant. The air grew colder, and the symbols on the floor began to glow faintly, their light pulsating in time with the chant. The leader raised their arms, their voice rising to a guttural crescendo, and the ground began to tremble. Sophia stumbled back, her heart pounding as she felt a cold, creeping dread settle over her. She turned to Magdalena, her voice shaking. "What do we do?" Magdalena's chant grew louder, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum. The symbol's glow dimmed for a moment, but then the leader's voice surged, their words twisting the air with their force. The ground cracked, and a low, guttural roar echoed through the chamber, shaking the walls. Sophia's chest tightened as she realized the truth. The ritual was nearly complete, and the devourer was close to breaking through. The leaders stepped forward, their mask crumbling to reveal a face that was no longer human. Their eyes burned with cold, malevolent light, and their mouth stretched into a twisted grin. "You're too late," they said, their voice a guttural rasp. "The devourer is already here." Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she prepared to face the unknown, the weight of their failure pressing down on her. The chamber trembled violently, the air thick with the stench of decay and the low, guttural roar of the devourer. The leader's twisted grin widened as they stepped forward, their inhuman eyes locked on Sophia and Magdalena. "You cannot stop what has already begun," they hissed, their voice echoing unnaturally. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, but the leader's voice rose to meet it, their guttural words twisting the air. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader. She pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the scene in stark contrast. The leader's form wavered, their twisted features flickering like static, but they didn't falter. Instead, they lunged forward, their clawed hands reaching for Magdalena. Sophia screamed, but the witch was ready, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as she spoke a single commanding word. The leader was thrown back, their forms slamming into the wall with a sickening crunch. The chanting from the villagers faltered, their hollow eyes flickering with a moment of clarity. But then the leader rose, their body contorting unnaturally as they laughed, a sound that sent chills down Sophia's spine. The ground cracked beneath them, and a low, guttural growl echoed from the depths, shaking the chamber. Magdalena's voice was steady but strained as she turned to Sophia. "We need to sever the connection," she said, her eyes blazing with determination. The altar in the forest was just one piece. Their leader is the anchor now. We have to destroy them. Sophia nodded, her heart pounding as she gripped her camera. "What do I do?" Magdalena's gaze softened for a moment. "Be ready. When I give the signal, take the shot." The leader surged forward again, their form shifting and twisting as they moved with unnatural speed. Magdalena raised her hands, her chant growing louder as she stepped forward to meet them. The air around her shimmered with power, but the leader's guttural words twisted it, their voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The two forces clashed, the room filled with the deafening sound of their power colliding. Sophia's hands tightened around her camera, her heart racing as she watched the struggle. The villagers began to chant again, their voices rising to a fever pitch, and the symbols on the floor glowed brighter, their light pulsating in time with the leader's words. The ground cracked further, and a cold, creeping dread settled over Sophia as she felt the devourer's presence grow stronger. Magdalena stumbled, her strength waning under the leader's onslaught. Her chant faltered for a moment, and the leader seized the opportunity, their clawed hands slashing at her. Sophia cried out, but Magdalena raised her hands just in time, her words creating a barrier that held them at bay. "Now!" she shouted, her voice strained. Sophia raised the camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader. She pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. But then the ground beneath them split open, and a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths, shaking the chamber. The leader's laugh turned into a guttural snarl as they stepped forward, their form shifting into something monstrous. Magdalena's voice was steady but strained as she turned to Sophia. "We need to sever the connection," she said, her eyes blazing with determination. "The leader is the anchor now. We have to destroy them." Sophia nodded, her heart pounding as she gripped her camera. "What do I do?" Magdalena's gaze softened for a moment. "Be ready. When I give the signal, take the shot." The leader surged forward again, their form shifting and twisting as they moved with unnatural speed. Magdalena raised her hands, her chant growing louder as she stepped forward to meet them. The air around her shimmered with power, but the leader's guttural words twisted it, their voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The two forces clashed, the room filled with the deafening sound of their power colliding. The villagers' chanting grew louder, their voices rising to a fever pitch. And the symbols on the floor glowed brighter, their light pulsating in time with the leader's words. The ground cracked further, and a cold, creeping dread settled over Sophia as she felt the devourer's presence grow stronger. She raised her camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader, waiting for Magdalena's signal. The witch's voice was steady but strained as she turned to Sophia. "Now!" she shouted, her voice strained. Sophia pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. But then the ground beneath them split open, and a low guttural roar echoed from the depths, shaking the chamber. The ground beneath them split open, a jagged fissure tearing through the chamber as a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths. The devourer's presence was overwhelming, its malevolence pressing down on them like a physical weight. The leader's form shifted and twisted, their body merging with the darkness as they stepped back, their laugh echoing unnaturally. "You cannot stop it," they hissed, their voice a guttural rasp. Magdalena's chant grew louder, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, but the devourer's growl surged to meet it, its voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The chamber trembled violently, the walls cracking as the air filled with the scent of decay and the low, guttural roar of the devourer. Sophia's hands tightened around her camera, her heart racing as she realized the truth. This was their final chance. The leader's form dissolved into swirling shadows, their laughter echoing unnaturally as they stepped forward, their clawed hands reaching for Magdalena. The witch raised her hands, her chant growing louder as she stepped forward to meet them. The air around her shimmered with power, but the leader's guttural words twisted it, their voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The two forces clashed, the room filled with the deafening sound of their power colliding. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader. Magdalena's voice was steady but strained as she turned to her. "Take the shot," she shouted. Sophia pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. But then the ground beneath them split open, and the leader's laughter turned into a guttural snarl as they stepped forward, their form shifting into something monstrous. Their clawed hands slashed at Magdalena, but the witch raised her hands just in time, her words creating a barrier that held them at bay. Sophia aimed her camera again, her hands trembling as she pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. The leader's form wavered, their twisted features flickering like static, but then the ground beneath them split open, and a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths, shaking the chamber. The air grew colder, and the shadows began to shift, swirling around the leader as they stepped forward. Magdalena's chant grew louder, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, but the devourer's growl surged to meet it, its voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The leader's form shifted and twisted, their body merging with the darkness as they stepped forward, their clawed hands reaching for Magdalena. Sophia aimed her camera again, her hands trembling as she pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. But then the ground beneath them split open, and the leader's form dissolved into swirling shadows, their laughter echoing unnaturally as they stepped forward. The villagers' chanting grew louder, their voices rising to a fever pitch, and the symbols on the floor glowed brighter, their light pulsating in time with the leader's words. The air grew colder, and a cold, creeping dread settled over Sophia as she felt the devourer's presence grow stronger. Magdalena's voice was steady but strained as she turned to Sophia. "We need to sever the connection," she said, her eyes blazing with determination. "The leader is the anchor now. We have to destroy them." Sophia nodded, her heart pounding as she gripped her camera. "What do I do?" Magdalena's gaze softened for a moment. "Be ready. When I give the signal, take the shot." The leader surged forward again, their form shifting and twisting as they moved with unnatural speed. Magdalena raised her hands, her chant growing louder as she stepped forward to meet them. The air around her shimmered with power, but the leader's guttural words twisted it, their voice a weapon that made Sophia's head ache. The two forces clashed, the room filled with the deafening sound of their power colliding. Sophia raised her camera, her hands trembling as she aimed it at the leader. Magdalena's voice was steady but strained as she turned to her. "Now!" she shouted, her voice strained. Sophia pressed the shutter, the flash illuminating the room and freezing the leader's form momentarily. Magdalena's chant surged, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. The leader's form dissolved into swirling shadows, their laughter echoing unnaturally as they stepped forward. The air grew colder, and the shadows began to shift, swirling around the leader as they stepped forward. Magdalena's chant grew louder, her words resonating with a power that made the air hum, and the leader's form wavered. But then the ground beneath them split open, and a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths, shaking the chamber. The Forest of Shadows. Carlos Velasquez sat at his cluttered desk in the dimly lit corner of his small apartment, the remnants of last night's coffee cold and forgotten beside him. He was used to late nights. His job as an investigative journalist demanded them, but tonight felt different. The air was heavy, almost oppressive, as though the walls of his apartment were closing in. He stared at the envelope in his hands, its surface rough and yellowed with age. The wax seal was cracked but still distinct, an inverted tree with roots that seemed to writhe like tentacles. The letter had been slipped under his door earlier that evening. No sender, no postmark. Just his name scrawled in jagged, ink-stained letters: Carlos Velasquez, investigator of the forgotten. The letter inside was brief, written in a shaky hand. "Find the truth in the Blackwood Forest. They are not what they seem. Do not ignore this." Carlos frowned. He had heard of Blackwood Forest. Of course everyone had. It was a place of whispers and shadows, a stretch of wilderness that seemed to swallow anyone who ventured too deep. But this was personal. Someone had sought him out, someone who knew his work, his obsession with the unexplained. He couldn't ignore it, even if he wanted to. The curiosity burned in his chest, a familiar itch that demanded to be scratched. The next morning, Carlos packed his bag with the essentials: a notebook, a camera, a flashlight, and a map of the area. He drove for hours until the city faded into the rearview mirror, replaced by rolling hills and dense woodland. The town of Ravens Hollow was the closest settlement to Blackwood Forest, a forgotten place where the streets were empty and the houses seemed to sag under the weight of their own histories. The townspeople eyed him with suspicion as he passed, their faces pale and drawn, their whispers carried on the wind. When he asked about the forest at the local diner, the waitress froze, her grip tightening on the coffee pot. "You don't want to go there," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "People don't come back." But Carlos wasn't easily deterred. He had faced danger before, had stared into the abyss and lived to tell the tale. Blackwood Forest was just another story, another mystery to unravel. He spent the afternoon gathering what little information he could, piecing together fragments of folklore and half-remembered warnings. The forest was cursed, they said. It had been that way for as long as anyone could remember. Some claimed it was haunted by the spirits of those who had died within its borders. Others spoke of something worse, something alive, something that watched and waited. As the sun began to set, Carlos made his way to the edge of the forest. The trees loomed before him, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the sounds of the town faded into an eerie silence. He hesitated for a moment, the weight of the warnings pressing on his chest. But then he remembered the letter, the words etched into his mind. They are not what they seem. He took a deep breath and stepped into the forest. The deeper he went, the darker it became. The trees seemed to close in around him, their roots snaking across the forest floor like veins. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an unseen bird. Carlos pulled out his flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom, but it did little to ease his growing sense of unease. He felt as though he was being watched, as though the forest itself was alive and aware of his presence. After an hour of walking, he came across the first sign of something unnatural. Carved into the trunk of a massive oak tree was a symbol, a circle with 3 intersecting lines, like a twisted star. Beneath it lay the remains of a fire, the ashes cold and scattered. Carlos knelt to examine the scene, his fingers brushing against something hard and brittle. It was a bone, small and jagged, possibly from an animal. But as he looked closer, he noticed other bones scattered around the site, too large to belong to anything small. His stomach churned. Whatever had happened here, it wasn't natural. He took out his camera and began documenting the scene, the flash illuminating the darkness in brief, jarring bursts. As he photographed the symbol on the tree, he noticed something strange. The bark around it was scorched, as though the carving had been burned into the wood. The air around him seemed to grow colder, and he could have sworn he heard a faint whisper, barely audible but unmistakably real. His breath came out in visible puffs, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He was being watched. Carlos stood quickly, his heart pounding in his chest. He scanned the trees, the beam of his flashlight darting from shadow to shadow, but there was nothing there. Just the forest, dark and silent and endless. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. He had faced worse than this, he told himself. He could handle it. But when he opened his eyes again, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The symbol on the tree, the twisted star, was glowing faintly, a pale, sickly light that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. He didn't wait to see what would happen next. He turned and ran, the beam of his flashlight bouncing wildly as he plunged through the undergrowth. The forest seemed to close in around him, the trees twisting into grotesque shapes, their branches reaching out like claws. He could hear something behind him now, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He knew in his gut that if he did, he would never leave this place. When he finally burst out of the forest and into the clearing, he collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. The town was still a mile away, but he could see the lights in the distance, tiny pinpricks of hope in the otherwise impenetrable darkness. He looked back at the forest, its outline stark against the night sky. The symbol on the tree was still etched into his mind, its light fading but not gone. He didn't know what he had stumbled into, but he knew one thing for certain. This was just the beginning. The next morning, Carlos woke with a start, his sheets tangled around him and his heart racing. The symbol from the tree loomed in his mind, its twisted lines burned into his memory like a brand. He rubbed his face, trying to shake off the lingering unease, but it clung to him like a second skin. The sunlight streaming through the window did little to dispel the darkness that had settled in his chest. He knew he couldn't face the forest alone, not after what he had seen, not after what he had felt. He needed help, and there was only one person who might be able to provide it: Eli, the forest ranger. The ranger station was a small, weathered building on the outskirts of Raven's Hollow, its wooden walls warped and faded by years of exposure to the elements. As Carlos approached, he noticed a man sitting on the porch, his boots propped up on the railing and a hat pulled low over his eyes. The man didn't move as Carlos climbed the steps, but he could feel the weight of his gaze. "You're the journalist," the man said. his voice rough and gravelly. "It wasn't a question." Carlos nodded, extending a hand. "Carlos Velasquez. And you must be Eli." The ranger ignored his hand, instead reaching for a tin of tobacco tucked into his shirt pocket. He packed it into a pipe with deliberate motions, his eyes never leaving Carlos. Up close, Eli looked older than he had from a distance, his face lined with deep creases and his beard streaked with gray. But there was a sharpness in his eyes, a vigilance that suggested he missed nothing. "What do you want?" Eli asked finally, striking a match and lighting his pipe. Carlos took a deep breath, choosing his words carefully. "I'm investigating the Blackwood Forest. I thought you might be able to help me." Eli exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable. "Help you with what? Getting yourself killed." There was no humor in his voice, only a grim resignation. Carlos pressed on. "I need to know what's out there. People have been disappearing, and I think it's connected to the children of the root." At the mention of the cult, Eli's expression darkened. He took the pipe from his mouth and leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "You don't know what you're messing with," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Those people, if you can even call them that, they're dangerous. They're not just some ragtag group of lunatics. They worship something in that forest, something ancient and hungry, and they'll do whatever it takes to protect it." Carlos felt a chill run down his spine, but he couldn't back down now. "I need to know the truth," he said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. Eli studied him for a long moment, then sighed and leaned back in his chair. "The truth," he muttered, shaking his head. "The truth is, there are things in that forest that no one understands. Things that shouldn't exist. I've seen them with my own eyes, and I still can't explain them." His gaze drifted toward the tree line, his expression haunted. Carlos seized the opportunity. "What have you seen?" Eli hesitated, then spoke in a voice so quiet that Carlos had to lean in to hear him. "Years ago, I was tracking a lost hiker. I found their campsite, but it was wrong. The tent was torn to shreds, the supplies scattered everywhere, and there were marks on the ground, deep, clawed grooves that didn't match any animal I've ever seen. I followed the trail, but it led me to a clearing. There was a tree there, twisted and blackened, like it had been burned from the inside out, and carved into the trunk was a symbol, a circle with 3 lines, like a star. I turned back after that. I don't know what happened to the hiker, but I know I never saw them again." Carlos felt a surge of adrenaline. The symbol Eli described matched the one he had seen the night before. "What does it mean?" he asked. Eli shook his head. "I don't know. But whatever it is, it's old. Older than the forest. Older than this town. The children of the root believe it's some kind of god, and they'll do anything to appease it. They're the reason people go missing. But it's not just them. The forest itself, it's alive. It doesn't want us there." Carlos's mind raced. He had read accounts of cursed places, of sites imbued with inexplicable power, but he had never truly believed in them. Now, faced with Eli's grim certainty, he wasn't so sure. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" he asked. Eli took a long drag from his pipe, then exhaled slowly. "Only this: if you go back into that forest, don't go alone. And if you see something that doesn't make sense, run. Don't stop, don't look back, just run." The warning hung in the air between them, heavy and suffocating. Carlos thanked Eli and turned to leave, but the ranger's voice stopped him. "One more thing," Eli said. "If you survive this, don't come back. Some things are better left buried." Carlos nodded, though he had no intention of leaving the story unfinished. He stepped off the porch and into the sunlight, the ranger's words echoing in his mind. The forest waited, dark and silent, and he knew he would have to face it again. But this time he would be ready. The sun was high in the sky by the time Carlos returned to the edge of Blackwood Forest, but it did little to dispel the shadows that clung to the trees like a second skin. The forest seemed quieter than before. The usual sounds of nature, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves replaced by an oppressive silence that made his skin crawl. He tightened the straps of his backpack and checked his equipment. Camera, flashlight, notebook, and a knife he had bought in town that morning. He wasn't sure how much good it would do against whatever was out there, but it gave him a sense of security. Carlos stepped into the forest, the ground soft and damp beneath his boots. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, and the trees seemed to lean in closer with every step he took. He made his way to the spot where he had found the symbol the night before, his flashlight cutting through the gloom even in the daylight. The symbol was still there, etched into the bark of the tree, but the faint glow from the previous night was gone. In its place was a dark, oily stain that seeped from the carving and dripped onto the forest floor. He knelt to examine the stain, careful not to touch it. The substance was unlike anything he had ever seen, thick and viscous, with a faint metallic smell that made his stomach turn. He took out his camera and snapped a few photos, the shutter clicking loudly in the silence. As he looked through the lens, he noticed something he had missed before: faint footprints in the mud around the tree. They were large and misshapen, with elongated toes and deep claw marks that dug into the earth. Carlos felt a chill run down his spine as he studied the prints. Whatever had made them wasn't human, not entirely, at least. He followed the trail, his footsteps careful and deliberate, trying to make as little noise as possible. The footprints led deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees in a meandering path that seemed to defy logic. The air grew colder with every step, and the trees grew thicker, their branches intertwined to form a canopy that blotted out the sun. After what felt like hours, Carlos came across another clearing. This one was larger than the last, with a circle of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern around a central fire pit. The stones were covered in strange symbols, their surfaces smooth and worn as though they had been there for centuries. The fire pit was filled with ashes and charred remains, and Carlos recognized the same jagged bones he had seen the night before. They were scattered around the clearing, some broken, others arranged in patterns that made his stomach churn. In the center of the circle stood a wooden post, its surface blackened by fire. At the base of the post was a pile of what looked like clothing, torn and stained with something dark. Carlos approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. As he got closer, he realized that the clothing wasn't empty. Inside was a body, twisted and contorted, its skin pale and waxy. The face was unrecognizable, the features distorted as though they had been melted and reshaped. Carlos felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but he forced himself to examine the scene. The body was surrounded by objects: a rusted knife, a bundle of dried herbs, and a leather-bound book that looked out of place among the grim tableau. Carlos picked up the book, careful not to disturb the other items, and opened it to the first page. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, the ink faded and smudged with age. The entries detailed rituals, incantations, and observations about the forest, all written in a frantic, barely legible hand. Carlos flipped through the pages, his eyes widening as he realized what he was holding: a diary of someone who had encountered the cult and whatever they worshipped. As he read, a sound broke the silence, a faint whisper, barely audible but unmistakably real. Carlos froze, his breath catching in his throat. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, until it seemed to come from all around him. He turned in a slow circle, his flashlight sweeping across the trees, but there was nothing there. Just the forest, dark and silent and endless. The whisper became a voice, a low, guttural growl that seemed to crawl inside his skull and take root. He couldn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a warning. Carlos's instincts screamed at him to run, but he forced himself to stay calm. He slipped the diary into his backpack and took a few steps back, his eyes scanning the clearing for any sign of movement. The voice grew louder, more desperate, until it was a deafening roar that echoed through the trees. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and the air grew thick with the scent of sulfur. The symbols on the stones began to glow, their light faint but growing brighter with every second. He didn't wait to see what would happen next. He turned and ran, the sound of the voice ringing in his ears and the forest closing in around him. The trees seemed to come alive, their branches reaching out to snag his clothes and scratch at his skin. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The diary in his backpack felt heavy, its weight a reminder of what he had seen and what he had yet to uncover. The forest was alive, and it was watching. He just hoped he could escape before it decided to act. Carlos didn't stop running until he burst out of the forest and stumbled into the open field beyond. His chest heaved, his legs felt like jelly, and his mind raced with the echoes of the voice he had heard. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his backpack tightly, as though it might somehow protect him from the unseen horrors that lurked in the trees. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ground, but the warmth of its light did little to calm his nerves. He knew he couldn't stay here, the forest was too close, too alive. But he also knew he couldn't leave. Not yet. When his breathing finally steadied, Carlos opened his backpack and pulled out the diary he had taken from the clearing. The leather cover was worn and cracked, the edges frayed with age. He flipped through the pages, his hands trembling slightly, and began to read. The entries were written in a frantic, almost illegible hand, the ink smudged and faded in places. The first few pages detailed the author's arrival in Blackwood Forest, a researcher named Dr. Eleanor Hartley, who had come to study the local folklore. But as Carlos read on, the tone of the entries grew darker, more desperate. Eleanor wrote about the strange symbols she had found carved into the trees, the whispers she heard in the night, and the feeling of being watched every time she ventured into the forest. She described the children of the root as a shadowy group that emerged from the trees at night, their faces hidden beneath hoods and their voices chanting in a language she couldn't understand. She tried to document their rituals, to understand their beliefs, but she quickly realized she was in over her head. "They are not human," she wrote in one entry. "Not anymore. They have given themselves to the forest, and it has changed them." The diary grew more fragmented as Carlos turned the pages, the entries jumping from one topic to another with little coherence. Eleanor wrote about a clearing in the forest, a place where the trees formed a perfect circle and the air was thick with an oppressive energy. She described a ritual she had witnessed, in which the cult members gathered around a fire and offered something to the forest, something alive. "They call it the root," she wrote. "They say it is the heart of the forest, the source of its power. But I think it is something else, something ancient and hungry." Carlos felt a chill run down his spine as he read those words. He thought of the body he had seen in the clearing, twisted and contorted as though it had been consumed from the inside out. Was that what the root did? Was that what happened to those who dared to cross it? He forced himself to keep reading, despite the growing sense of dread. Eleanor's entries became more frantic, her handwriting nearly illegible as she described the hallucinations that plagued her, shadows that moved on their own, voices that whispered in her mind, and a figure she called the Watcher. "The Watcher is always there," she wrote. "It's in the trees, in the ground, in the air I breathe. It sees everything. It knows everything. I thought I could escape it, but I was wrong. It's inside me now. I can feel it, like a parasite burrowing into my brain. It wants me to join them, to give myself to the forest and become one of the children. I don't know how much longer I can resist." Carlos closed the diary, his hands trembling. He didn't need to read any further to know how Eleanor's story ended. He had seen her body in the clearing, twisted and broken, her face a mask of terror. She had tried to uncover the truth, but the truth had consumed her. And now he was walking the same path, chasing the same secrets. Could he avoid her fate? Or was he already too deep in the forest's grasp? He stood and began walking back to town, the diary tucked safely in his backpack. The sky was dark now, the stars hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, and the air was heavy with the promise of rain. As he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, that the watcher was out there, waiting for him to slip up, to make a mistake. He quickened his pace, his eyes darting to the shadows that lined the road, but there was no sign of movement. When he finally reached his motel room, he locked the door behind him and drew the curtains. The room was small and dimly lit, but it felt like a fortress compared to the oppressive darkness of the forest. He sat on the edge of the bed and opened the diary again, flipping to the last entry. Eleanor's handwriting was barely legible, the words scribbled in a panicked rush. "I don't have much time," she wrote. "The Watcher is here. It's in the walls, in the floor, in my own reflection. I can't fight it anymore. If you're reading this, please, don't make the same mistake I did. Burn this diary. Burn it and leave, before it's too late." Carlos closed the diary and set it on the nightstand, his mind racing. He had found the truth, or at least a piece of it, but it wasn't the kind of truth he could share. It was too dark, too dangerous. And yet, he couldn't turn away. He had come too far to back down now. The forest was calling to him, its voice a low, insistent whisper in the back of his mind. He knew he would have to go back. But this time, he would be prepared. This time, he would face the Watcher. Carlos woke to the sound of rain tapping against the motel window, the world outside shrouded in a gray, misty haze. He had slept fitfully, his dreams haunted by the whispers from the forest and the image of Eleanor Hartley's twisted body. The diary sat on the nightstand, its cracked leather cover staring at him like an unblinking eye. He knew he should follow Eleanor's final instructions, burn the diary, leave town, and never look back. But he also knew he couldn't. The pull of the forest was too strong, the mystery too compelling. He had to see it through, no matter the cost. He spent the morning preparing, gathering supplies and making a list of questions that lingered in his mind. Who or what was the Watcher? What did the children of the root worship? And why had Eleanor succumbed to its influence when others, like Eli, had managed to escape? He didn't have any answers, but he hoped the forest would provide them. He drove to the edge of Blackwood Forest, the rain beating against the windshield and turning the dirt road into a slick, muddy mess. The trees loomed ahead, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. This time, Carlos wasn't alone. He had arranged to meet Eli at the forest's edge, hoping the ranger's knowledge and experience might give him an edge. Eli was already there when he arrived, leaning against his truck with a rifle slung over one shoulder and a grim expression on his face. "You're either very brave or very stupid," Eli said as Carlos approached. "I haven't decided which yet." Carlos forced a smile, though his nerves were on edge. "Let's hope it's the first one," he replied. Eli led the way into the forest, his movements confident and deliberate despite the slippery terrain. The rain had turned the forest floor into a quagmire, the mud sucking at their boots with every step. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches heavy with rainwater. Carlos followed close behind, his flashlight cutting through the gloom as he scanned the trees for any sign of movement. The forest felt different today, alive in a way he couldn't quite explain. After an hour of walking, they reached the clearing where Carlos had found Eleanor's body. The fire pit was gone, the bones scattered across the ground, and the wooden post lay splintered and broken. But something else caught Carlos's attention. The symbols on the stones were glowing faintly, their light pulsing in time with the rhythm of the rain. He knelt to examine them, his fingers brushing against the smooth, cold surface. The symbols were different from the one he had seen before, more intricate, almost like a language. Eli stood nearby, his rifle raised and his eyes scanning the trees. "We shouldn't stay here," he said, his voice tight with tension. "This place, it's wrong. It's like the forest wants us here, but not in a good way." Carlos nodded, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the stones. The symbols seemed to shift under his gaze, their shapes twisting and rearranging themselves into something new. He felt a surge of unease, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He knew they were being watched. Suddenly, the whispers began. At first, they were faint, barely audible over the sound of the rain, but they grew louder and more insistent with every passing second. The words were unintelligible, a jumble of sounds that seemed to crawl inside Carlos's skull and take root. He clapped his hands over his ears, trying to block them out, but it was no use. The whispers were inside his head, their voices low and guttural, their tone both menacing and seductive. They wanted something from him, something he didn't fully understand. Eli grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet. "We need to go. Now." Carlos nodded, his legs shaky and his mind reeling, but before they could move, a figure emerged from the trees. It was tall and thin, its body draped in tattered robes that seemed to blend into the shadows. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but Carlos could feel its gaze, cold and unblinking, boring into him. The figure raised a hand, its fingers long and bony, and the whispers grew louder, more urgent. Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring at the edges. The figure took a step closer, its movements slow and deliberate, and Carlos felt a surge of panic. He turned to Eli, but the ranger was already raising his rifle, his face set in a grim mask of determination. "Get behind me," Eli said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. Carlos obeyed, his heart pounding in his chest as Eli took aim. The figure stopped, its head tilting to one side as though considering its next move. Then, with a sound like 1,000 whispers, it vanished into the trees. The forest fell silent, the whispers gone as suddenly as they had begun. Carlos stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Eli lowered his rifle, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. That was the Watcher," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And it knows we're here." Carlos felt a chill run down his spine. The Watcher wasn't just a figment of Eleanor's imagination, it was real. And it was watching. As they made their way back to the edge of the forest, Carlos couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The Watcher had seen him, had marked him in some way, and he knew it wouldn't let him go easily. The forest was alive, its voice a constant murmur in the back of his mind, and he knew he would have to face it again. But next time, he would be ready. Next time, he would find the truth or die trying. The rain had stopped by the time Carlos and Eli emerged from the forest, but the clouds lingered heavy and oppressive, as though they too were reluctant to let go of the darkness. Carlos felt drained, his body trembling with exhaustion and his mind reeling from the encounter with the Watcher. They sat in Eli's truck, the heater blasting, but nothing could dispel the chill that had settled in Carlos's bones. He stared out the window at the tree line, half expecting the Watcher to appear again, its hooded figure emerging from the shadows to claim him. Eli was quiet, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly as he navigated the muddy road back to town. His face was pale, his usual stoic demeanor shaken by what they had witnessed. "You got a plan?" he asked finally, his voice rough and uneven. Carlos shook his head. "Not yet. But I need to know more. The Watcher, what is it? How do we stop it?" Eli sighed, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I don't know if you can stop it. It's been here longer than any of us. The children of the root, they feed it, keep it strong. But it's not like a person. It's something else." When they reached the motel, Eli parked the truck and turned to face Carlos. "Listen, kid. I've been in this town a long time. I've seen things I can't explain, things that still haunt my dreams. But this is different. That thing in the forest, it's got its eye on you now. And it won't let go." Carlos nodded, his stomach churning with a mix of fear and determination. "I know. But I can't walk away. Not yet." Eli studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right. But if you're going back in there, you're not going alone." The rest of the day passed in a blur. Carlos spent hours poring over Eleanor's diary, searching for clues that might help him understand the Watcher and the children of the root. He found accounts of rituals, descriptions of symbols, and fragmented passages that hinted at the Watcher's true nature. One entry stood out: "The Watcher is not a creature of flesh and blood. It is a manifestation of the forest's will, a force that feeds on fear and despair. To defeat it, one must confront the source of its power, the root." Carlos didn't know what the root was, but he knew it was the key to everything. The diary mentioned a place deep in the forest, a hidden grove where the root was said to reside. It was there, Eleanor believed, that the Watcher drew its strength. If he could find the grove, he might be able to sever the Watcher's connection to the forest, or at least weaken it. But getting there would be dangerous. The children of the root guarded the grove fiercely, and the forest itself seemed to resist intruders. That evening, Carlos met Eli at the ranger station to discuss their next move. Eli had brought a map of the forest, its surface covered in faded lines and notes scribbled in his messy handwriting. He pointed to a section in the center of the map, marked with a crude symbol that resembled the one Carlos had seen on the tree. "This is where we need to go," Eli said. "The heart of the forest, where the root is supposed to be. But it's protected. The children of the root won't let us near it without a fight." Carlos studied the map, his mind racing. "We'll need a plan, something that gives us an edge." Eli nodded, his expression grim. "We'll go at dawn. The children are less active during the day, and the forest, well, it's still dangerous, but maybe not as much as at night." Carlos agreed, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the forest didn't care about the time of day. It was a living, breathing entity, and it would do whatever it took to protect its secrets. The night was restless, filled with strange dreams and waking moments where Carlos thought he heard the whispers of the forest. When dawn finally broke, he felt no more rested than he had the night before. He met Eli at the edge of the forest, the sky a pale gray streaked with pink and gold. The air was crisp and cool, the ground still damp from the rain, and the trees stood silent and watchful, their branches heavy with dew. Eli handed him a rifle, but Carlos shook his head. "I'm not much of a shot," he admitted. Eli shrugged. "Better to have it and not need it than the other way around." They ventured into the forest, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. The trees seemed to close in around them, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws. Carlos felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him, its presence a constant, oppressive force. He kept the map in his hand, consulting it frequently as they navigated the tangled undergrowth. The deeper they went, the darker it became, the canopy overhead blocking out the sun and plunging them into an eerie twilight. After hours of walking, they reached a narrow path that wound its way through the trees. The air was colder here, the silence more profound, and the ground was littered with bones, animal and human alike. Carlos felt a sense of dread settle over him as he realized where they were. "This is it," he said quietly, his voice barely audible. "The path to the grove." Eli nodded, his grip tightening on his rifle. "Stay close, and be ready for anything." They followed the path, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dead leaves that covered the ground. The trees grew taller and thicker, their trunks twisted and blackened as though they had been scorched by fire. The air was heavy with the scent of sulfur, and the whispers of the forest grew louder, more insistent. Carlos felt a cold sweat break out on his skin, his heart pounding in his chest as they approached the grove. He didn't know what they would find there, but he knew it would change everything. The grove was unlike anything Carlos had ever seen. The trees formed a perfect circle, their gnarled branches intertwined overhead to create a dense canopy that blocked out the sky. The air was thick and heavy, suffused with an unnatural green light that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. At the center of the grove stood a massive tree, its trunk twisted and blackened, its roots sprawling across the forest floor like the tentacles of some ancient beast. Carlos felt a chill run down his spine as he approached it, his every instinct screaming at him to turn back. Eli stayed close, his rifle raised and his eyes scanning the shadows. "This is it," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the faint hum that filled the air. "The root." Carlos nodded, his gaze fixed on the tree. It was larger than he had imagined, its surface covered in deep grooves that resembled the symbols he had seen carved into the trees. The air around it seemed to shimmer, as though the tree itself was alive, pulsing with a malevolent energy that made his skin crawl. He knew this was the source of the Watcher's power and the key to stopping it. As they stepped into the grove, the whispers began. At first, they were faint, a low murmur that seemed to come from all around them. But as they approached the tree, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos clapped his hands over his ears, but it was no use. The whispers were inside his head, their words jumbled and unintelligible, but their tone unmistakably menacing. He felt a surge of panic, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps as the voices threatened to overwhelm him. Eli grabbed his arm, his grip firm and grounding. "Don't listen to them," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "They're trying to get inside your head. Don't let them." Carlos nodded, forcing himself to focus on Eli's voice and push the whispers to the back of his mind. It wasn't easy, the voices were relentless, their tone both seductive and threatening, but he managed to block them out, at least for the moment. He knew he couldn't let them win. If he did, he would end up like Eleanor, broken and twisted, consumed by the forest. They approached the tree cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of moss that covered the ground. The air grew colder with every step, the green light intensifying until it was almost blinding. Carlos could feel the tree's presence, an oppressive, malevolent force that seemed to press down on him from all sides. The symbols on its surface pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow, their patterns shifting and rearranging themselves as though the tree was alive. He felt a surge of dread as he realized what they were looking at, the heart of the forest, the source of its power. "We need to destroy it," Carlos said, his voice trembling. "If we can cut off the Watcher's connection to the forest—" "It won't be easy," Eli interrupted, his eyes narrowing as he studied the tree. "That thing's been here for centuries. It's not going to go down without a fight." Carlos nodded, his mind racing. He didn't know how to destroy the tree, but he knew they had to try. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the knife he had bought in town, its blade gleaming in the green light. It felt small and insignificant compared to the enormity of the task ahead, but it was all he had. As Carlos stepped closer to the tree, the whispers grew louder, more frantic. He felt a surge of dizziness, his vision blurring at the edges as the voices threatened to overwhelm him. He forced himself to focus, his hands trembling as he raised the knife and brought it down on the tree's bark. The blade bit into the surface, a thick, oily sap oozing from the wound. The tree let out a low, guttural groan, the sound reverberating through the grove like the cry of some wounded animal. Carlos felt a surge of horror as he realized the tree was alive and it was in pain. Before he could strike again, something emerged from the shadows. It was tall and thin, its body draped in tattered robes that seemed to blend into the darkness. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but Carlos could feel its gaze, cold and unblinking, boring into him. The Watcher! It raised a hand, its fingers long and bony, and Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring as the whispers grew louder and more insistent. He tried to move, to strike again, but his body felt heavy, unresponsive, as though the forest itself was holding him in place. Eli stepped forward, his rifle raised, but the Watcher was faster. With a gesture, it sent the weapon flying from Eli's hands, the sound of it clattering to the ground echoing through the grove. Eli stumbled back, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. The Watcher turned its attention to Carlos, its presence an almost physical weight pressing down on him. He felt a surge of panic, his mind racing as he struggled to break free from the Watcher's hold. He knew he couldn't let it win. He had come too far to fail now. With a surge of effort, Carlos raised the knife and brought it down on the tree again. The blade sank deeper this time, the sap flowing freely and pooling at the base of the trunk. The tree let out another groan, its branches shaking violently as though it was trying to throw him off. The Watcher let out a low, guttural growl, its presence growing more intense, more oppressive. Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening at the edges as the forest's voice threatened to consume him. He clung to the knife, his hands trembling as he forced himself to strike again and again. The grove erupted into chaos, the air filled with the sound of the tree's groans and the Watcher's growls. Carlos felt the ground beneath him shift, the roots of the tree writhing and twisting like angry serpents. He stumbled back, his legs giving out beneath him as the exhaustion and fear took their toll. Eli grabbed him, pulling him to his feet and dragging him away from the tree. "We need to go," Eli shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "Now!" They ran, their footsteps heavy and unsteady as the grove erupted into chaos behind them. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his heart pounding in his chest as the forest seemed to close in around them. He knew they wouldn't get far. The Watcher was still out there, its presence a constant, oppressive force, but he also knew they had done something. The tree was wounded, its power weakened. And that was enough for now. Carlos and Eli stumbled out of the forest, their bodies bruised and their minds reeling from the chaos they had left behind. The sun was high in the sky now, its light a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the grove. They collapsed by the edge of the trees, their chests heaving as they struggled to catch their breath. Carlos felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him, its presence lingering like a shadow that refused to fade. He knew they had struck a blow against the Watcher, but he also knew it wasn't enough. The tree, the root, was still alive, and the Watcher was still watching. Eli was the first to break the silence. "We need to regroup," he said, his voice hoarse and ragged. "That thing, the Watcher, it's not going to let this slide. It'll come for us, sooner or later." Carlos nodded, his mind racing. They had wounded the root, but they hadn't destroyed it. And until they did, the Watcher would remain a threat not just to them, but to everyone in Blackwood. He knew they needed a plan, something more than a knife and a rifle. But what? They returned to the motel, their steps heavy and their minds weighed down by the enormity of the task ahead. Carlos spent the rest of the day poring over Eleanor's diary, searching for anything that might help them defeat the Watcher. He found a passage that caught his attention, an account of a ritual the children of the root performed to strengthen their connection to the forest. The ritual involved the use of specific symbols and incantations, all of which were detailed in the diary. If they could reverse the ritual, Carlos reasoned, they might be able to sever the Watcher's connection to the root. The idea was risky, but it was the best they had. Carlos showed the passage to Eli, who studied it with a furrowed brow. "It's a long shot," Eli said finally. "But if it works, it might be the only way to put an end to this." The ritual required them to return to the grove, armed with the knowledge of the symbols and the incantations. It was a dangerous plan, but they didn't have any other options. They spent the rest of the day preparing, gathering the materials they would need and memorizing the steps of the ritual. That night, they returned to the forest, their footsteps heavy and their minds filled with dread. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches heavy with malice. Carlos carried the diary in his hand, its pages filled with the symbols and incantations they would need. He felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him, its presence a constant, oppressive force. But he knew they couldn't turn back. This was their only chance. When they reached the grove, the tree was as they had left it, its surface covered in deep gashes, the sap still oozing from the wounds. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the green light that emanated from the ground pulsed rhythmically, like the heartbeat of some ancient beast. Carlos felt a chill run down his spine as he approached the tree, his hands trembling as he flipped through the diary to find the right page. The whispers began again, faint at first but growing louder and more insistent with every step he took. Eli stood guard, his rifle raised and his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the Watcher. "Hurry," he said, his voice tight with tension. "We don't have much time." Carlos nodded, his hands trembling as he began to draw the symbols on the tree's surface. The sap was thick and sticky, clinging to his fingers as he worked, but he forced himself to focus, his movements deliberate and precise. The symbols glowed faintly as he completed them, their light pulsing in time with the rhythm of the grove. He felt a surge of unease, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, but he pressed on. As he worked, the whispers grew louder, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring at the edges as the forest's voice threatened to consume him. He forced himself to keep going, his hands trembling as he completed the final symbol and began reciting the incantations. The words felt strange on his tongue, their cadence unfamiliar but their power undeniable. The air around him seemed to shimmer, the symbols glowing brighter with every word he spoke. The tree let out a low, guttural groan, its branches shaking violently as though it was trying to throw him off. The ground beneath him shifted, the roots writhing and twisting like angry serpents. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his heart pounding in his chest as the forest erupted into chaos around him. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. He clung to the diary, his hands trembling as he forced himself to finish the incantation. He knew he couldn't stop, not now. As he spoke the final word, there was a loud crack, like the sound of a tree splitting in half. The symbols glowed brighter, their light so intense that Carlos had to shield his eyes. The tree let out a final, agonized groan, its branches collapsing inward as the light engulfed it. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the whispers grew faint, their voices fading into nothingness. For a moment, there was silence, a deep, profound silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Then the Watcher appeared. It emerged from the shadows, its hooded figure looming over them like a specter of death. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to press down on them from all sides. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his mind reeling as the Watcher raised a hand, its fingers long and bony. He knew they had done something. They had weakened the root, severed its connection to the forest, but the Watcher was still here. And it was angry. The Watcher loomed over them, its presence a suffocating force that seemed to press down on Carlos and Eli like a weight. Its hooded face was featureless, yet Carlos could feel its gaze cold and unblinking, piercing through him. The whispers, though faint now, were still there, a low murmur in the back of his mind that threatened to consume him. He felt a surge of panic, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized they were out of options. The ritual had weakened the root, but it hadn't destroyed it, and the Watcher was still here, its power undiminished. Eli stepped forward, his rifle raised, but the Watcher was faster. With a gesture, it sent the weapon flying from his hands, the sound of it clattering to the ground echoing through the grove. Eli stumbled back, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. Carlos felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, his hands trembling as he clutched the diary to his chest. They had done everything they could, but it wasn't enough. The Watcher was too strong, its connection to the forest too deep. They were out of time. The Watcher moved closer, its movements slow and deliberate, as though it was savoring their fear. Carlos felt a cold sweat break out on his skin, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. He couldn't think, couldn't move. His body felt heavy, unresponsive, as though the forest itself was holding him in place. He knew he couldn't let the Watcher win, but he didn't know how to stop it. The ritual had failed. They had failed. Then, something changed. The air around them began to shift, the green light that emanated from the ground flickering and fading. The ground beneath them trembled, the roots of the tree writhing and twisting as though they were in pain. Carlos felt a surge of hope as he realized what was happening. The ritual wasn't a failure. It had weakened the root, severed its connection to the forest, and now the Watcher was vulnerable. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. Eli grabbed Carlos's arm, his grip tight and grounding. "We need to finish this," he said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "We need to destroy the tree." Carlos nodded, his mind racing. They had to act fast. The Watcher was still out there, its presence a constant, oppressive force, and it wouldn't let them go without a fight. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the knife, its blade gleaming in the fading green light. It felt small and insignificant compared to the enormity of the task ahead, but it was all they had. They approached the tree cautiously, their footsteps heavy and unsteady as the ground trembled beneath them. The tree was still alive, its surface covered in deep gashes that oozed thick, black sap. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos felt a surge of unease, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, but he forced himself to focus. They had to destroy the tree. It was the only way. As Carlos raised the knife, the Watcher appeared again, its hooded figure looming over them like a specter of death. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to press down on them from all sides. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his mind reeling as the Watcher raised a hand, its fingers long and bony. He knew they didn't have much time. He brought the knife down on the tree's surface, the blade sinking deep into the bark. The tree let out a low, guttural groan, its branches shaking violently as though it was trying to throw him off. Eli stepped forward, his hands gripping the knife and helping Carlos drive it deeper into the tree's trunk. The sap flowed freely, pooling at the base of the trunk and seeping into the ground. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring at the edges as the forest's voice threatened to consume him. But he couldn't stop, not now. The tree let out a final agonized groan, its branches collapsing inward as the light that emanated from the ground flickered and died. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the ground beneath them trembled, the roots writhing and twisting like angry serpents. Carlos felt a surge of hope as he realized what was happening. The tree was dying. The root was dying. They had done it. But the Watcher wasn't gone. It emerged from the shadows, its hooded figure looming over them like a specter of death. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to press down on them from all sides. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his mind reeling as the Watcher raised a hand, its fingers long and bony. He knew they didn't have much time. He turned to Eli, his voice trembling. "We need to go. Now." Eli nodded, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. They ran, their footsteps heavy and unsteady as the forest erupted into chaos around them. The trees shook violently, their branches collapsing inward as the ground beneath them split open, the roots writhing and twisting like angry serpents. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his heart pounding in his chest as the forest seemed to close in around them. They emerged from the forest just as the sun was beginning to rise, its light a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness they had left behind. Carlos collapsed on the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion and his mind reeling from the chaos they had escaped. He looked back at the forest, its trees now silent and still, and felt a surge of relief. They had done it. They had destroyed the root. But as he looked at Eli, he knew their fight wasn't over. The Watcher was still out there, and it wouldn't let them go easily. Carlos and Eli sat at the edge of the forest, their bodies bruised and their minds still reeling from the chaos they had survived. The sun was rising now, its light casting long shadows over the trees and bathing the ground in a soft, golden glow. But neither of them felt any sense of relief. The Watcher was still out there, its presence a lingering shadow that refused to fade. They had destroyed the root, severed its connection to the forest, but they hadn't destroyed the Watcher. And until they did, no one in Blackwood would be safe. Eli was the first to break the silence. "We need to finish this," he said, his voice hoarse and ragged. "That thing, the Watcher, it's not going to let us go. It'll come for us, sooner or later." Carlos nodded, his mind racing. They had struck a blow against the Watcher, but it wasn't enough. The Watcher was still out there, its power weakened but not gone. And it was angry. Carlos knew they couldn't let it win. They had to find a way to destroy it once and for all. They returned to the motel, their steps heavy and their minds weighed down by the enormity of the task ahead. Carlos spent the rest of the day poring over Eleanor's diary, searching for anything that might help them defeat the Watcher. He found a passage that caught his attention, an account of a ritual the children of the Root performed to summon the Watcher. The details were vague, but it mentioned a place deep in the forest where the veil between worlds was thinnest. If they could lure the Watcher there, Carlos reasoned, they might be able to banish it for good. The idea was risky, but it was the best they had. Carlos showed the passage to Eli, who studied it with a furrowed brow. "It's a long shot," Eli said finally, "but if it works, it might be the only way to put an end to this." The ritual required them to return to the forest, armed with the knowledge of the symbols and the incantations. It was a dangerous plan, but they didn't have any other options. They spent the rest of the day preparing, gathering the materials they would need and memorizing the steps of the ritual. That night, they returned to the forest, their footsteps heavy and their minds filled with dread. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the trees seemed to close in around them, their branches heavy with malice. Carlos carried the diary in his hand, its pages filled with the symbols and incantations they would need. He felt the weight of the forest pressing down on him, its presence a constant, oppressive force. But he knew they couldn't turn back. This was their only chance. When they reached the heart of the forest, the air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the ground was littered with bones, animal and human alike. They stood in a clearing, the trees forming a perfect circle around them, their branches intertwining overhead to create a dense canopy that blocked out the sky. At the center of the clearing was a stone altar, its surface covered in strange symbols that pulsed faintly in the moonlight. Carlos felt a chill run down his spine as he approached it, his hands trembling as he flipped through the diary to find the right page. As Carlos began to draw the symbols on the altar, the whispers began again, faint at first but growing louder and more insistent with every stroke of his hand. The symbols glowed faintly as he completed them, their light pulsing in time with the rhythm of the forest. He felt a surge of unease, a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, but he pressed on. He knew they didn't have much time. The Watcher would come, and when it did, they had to be ready. When the symbols were complete, Carlos began to recite the incantations. The words felt strange on his tongue, their cadence unfamiliar but their power undeniable. The air around him seemed to shimmer, the symbols glowing brighter with every word he spoke. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring at the edges as the forest's voice threatened to consume him. He forced himself to keep going, his hands trembling as he completed the incantation. He knew he couldn't stop, not now. As he spoke the final word, the air grew colder, the shadows around them deepening as though the forest itself was drawing in a breath. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, their voices a cacophony of fear and despair. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his heart pounding in his chest as the Watcher emerged from the shadows, its hooded figure looming over them like a specter of death. Its presence was overwhelming, a cold, oppressive force that seemed to press down on them from all sides. Carlos knew this was it, the moment of truth. The Watcher raised a hand, its fingers long and bony, and Carlos felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring as the whispers grew louder and more insistent. He forced himself to focus, his hands trembling as he recited the final incantation. The symbols on the altar glowed brighter, their light so intense that Carlos had to shield his eyes. The Watcher let out a low, guttural growl, its presence growing more intense, more oppressive. Carlos felt a surge of panic, his mind reeling as the forest erupted into chaos around him. Then, with a deafening crack, the symbols exploded in a burst of light, their energy engulfing the Watcher in a blinding flash. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, and the whispers grew faint, their voices fading into nothingness. For a moment, there was silence, a deep, profound silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Carlos felt a surge of relief as he realized what had happened. The Watcher was gone. They had done it. But as he looked at Eli, he knew their fight wasn't over. The forest was still out there, its presence a lingering shadow that refused to fade. They had defeated the Watcher, but the forest was still alive, its will still strong. And until it was destroyed, no one in Blackwood would be safe. Carlos knew they had bought themselves some time, but the fight wasn't over. Not yet. The Cult of the Black Moon. The phone rang at 3:07 a.m., its shrill tone slicing through the stillness of Laura's apartment. She jolted awake, her heart pounding as she fumbled for the receiver. The room was dark except for the faint glow of her laptop screen, still open to the article she'd been working on before falling asleep. "Hello?" she answered, her voice groggy but cautious. There was a pause, long enough to make her wonder if it was a prank call, before a voice whispered, "They're coming, the Black Moon." The words were barely audible, as if the speaker was afraid of being overheard. Laura sat up straighter, her reporter's instincts kicking in. "Who is this?" she demanded, her voice sharper now. The line crackled, and for a moment she thought the call had disconnected. But then the voice returned, quieter still. "They're going to perform the ritual. In the clearing. Blackwood Forest. You need to stop them." Laura's mind raced. Blackwood Forest was miles away, a dense, untamed wilderness locals avoided after dark. "Who's performing the ritual?" she pressed, but the only response was a soft click as the call ended. She sat there for a moment, staring at the phone in her hand. Her first thought was to dismiss it as a hoax or a crank call, but something about the voice gave her pause. The fear in it had been palpable, and the mention of Blackwood Forest stirred a memory she couldn't quite place. She grabbed her notebook from the nightstand and flipped through its pages, scanning for anything related to the forest or the Black Moon. Her eyes landed on a scribbled note from weeks ago. Local legends, Black Moon rituals. Disappearances, strange symbols. Investigate further. Laura hesitated, weighing the risks. She was no stranger to dangerous assignments, but there was something about this that felt different. The Black Moon, a rare celestial event when the moon is entirely invisible in the night sky, had long been associated with dark rituals and superstitions. She'd heard whispers of cults operating in the area, but nothing concrete. Still, the anonymous caller had sounded desperate, and she couldn't shake the feeling that this was important. She glanced at the calendar on her desk. The Black Moon was in 3 days. By dawn, she had made her decision. She packed her bag carefully, a camera, a voice recorder, a flashlight, and a knife she hoped she wouldn't need. She also brought a small notebook, already half filled with notes on local myths and folk tales. As she drove toward Blackwood Forest, the rising sun painted the sky in shades of orange and pink, but the beauty of the morning did little to ease her growing unease. The forest loomed ahead, its dense canopy swallowing the sunlight and casting long shadows across the ground. The trailhead was marked by a weathered sign that read, "Blackwood Forest, enter at your own risk." Laura parked her car and stepped out, the cool morning air biting at her skin. She took a deep breath and slung her backpack over her shoulders, her boots crunching on the gravel as she approached the tree line. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves absent. It felt as though even the wildlife was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew thicker, their gnarled branches twisting overhead like skeletal fingers. The path was narrow and overgrown, and she had to push through dense underbrush to keep moving. Every step felt heavier, as if the forest itself was resisting her presence. She paused to check her compass, but it spun wildly, refusing to point north. "Great," she muttered, shoving it back into her pocket. She'd have to rely on her instincts to navigate. Hours passed, and the sun climbed higher in the sky, but little light filtered through the dense canopy. Laura's legs ached, and her clothes were damp with sweat, but she pressed on, driven by a mixture of curiosity and determination. She stopped occasionally to take notes or snap photos, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, no cultists, no symbols, no clearing. Doubt began to creep in. Had the call been a cruel joke? Was she wasting her time in this endless, oppressive forest? Just as she was about to turn back, she saw something that made her freeze. Up ahead, the trees thinned slightly, revealing a small clearing bathed in pale, filtered light. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of stones, each one roughly the size of a man's head. They were arranged with deliberate precision, forming a perfect ring. Laura approached cautiously, her senses on high alert. The air in the clearing felt colder, and a faint metallic smell lingered in the air, like blood or iron. She knelt beside one of the stones, running her fingers over its surface. It was smooth and cool to the touch, but something about it made her skin crawl. She noticed strange symbols carved into the stone, intricate, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and move when she looked at them too closely. She pulled out her camera and snapped a few photos, her hands trembling slightly. The symbols matched the ones she'd read about in her research, but seeing them in person was far more unsettling. As she examined the stones, she heard a faint sound behind her, a soft, like a whisper. She spun around, her flashlight slicing through the shadows, but there was no one there. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in the dense trees. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she suddenly felt very exposed in the clearing. She packed up her things quickly, her movements sharp and hurried. Whatever was happening here, she wasn't ready to face it alone. She retraced her steps through the forest, the chanting still ringing in her ears. The symbols on the stones burned in her mind, their intricate patterns impossible to forget. She knew she was onto something far bigger and more dangerous than she'd anticipated. As she emerged from the forest and reached her car, she glanced back at the tree line. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the forest was watching her, waiting for her to return. 3 days, she whispered to herself. She had 3 days to figure out what was happening and how to stop it. The sun was beginning to set as Laura drove back into the nearest town, her hands still trembling on the steering wheel. The forest had left her unnerved, the chanting and the symbols replaying in her mind like a broken record. She needed answers, and she needed them fast. The town was small, just a cluster of weathered buildings and empty streets, but it felt like a sanctuary after the oppressive atmosphere of Blackwood Forest. She pulled into the parking lot of a dingy diner, the neon sign flickering weakly in the dusk. Inside, the diner was dimly lit, the air heavy with the smell of grease and coffee. A few locals sat at the counter, their faces weathered and their voices low. Laura took a seat in a corner booth, her camera and notebook laid out in front of her. She ordered a coffee and pulled up the photos she'd taken of the stone circle, zooming in on the symbols. They looked familiar, but she couldn't place them. She flipped through her notebook, searching for anything that might match, but came up empty. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Rose, placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of her. "You're not from around here, are you?" she asked, her tone casual but her gaze sharp. Laura hesitated, then shook her head. "No, I'm a journalist. I'm researching some local legends." The woman's expression darkened, and she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "If you're talking about Blackwood Forest, you'd best leave it alone. Nothing good comes from poking around in there." Laura's curiosity piqued, and she closed her notebook, leaning forward. "Why? What's in there?" Rose glanced over her shoulder, as if checking to see if anyone was listening. "There are things in that forest. Things that don't belong in this world. And then there's her, the witch. Old woman who lives on the edge of the woods. Some say she's just a crazy old loner, but others swear she's the only reason this town hasn't been swallowed up by whatever's in there." Laura's pulse quickened. "A witch? Where can I find her?" Rose hesitated, then sighed. "You're not gonna let this go, are you?" Laura shook her head, her determination unwavering. The waitress scribbled something on a napkin and slid it across the table. "Her place is off the old logging road, about a mile east of the forest. But be careful. She doesn't take kindly to strangers, and she's got a way of knowing things she shouldn't." Laura thanked her and tucked the napkin into her coat pocket, her mind racing. A witch, someone who might actually have answers. The next morning, Laura drove to the address Rose had given her. The old logging road was overgrown and littered with potholes, the trees pressing in close on either side. The cabin at the end of the road was small and ramshackle, its roof sagging and its windows dark. Smoke curled from the chimney, and the air smelled faintly of herbs and wood smoke. Laura hesitated at the foot of the porch, her hand gripping the strap of her bag. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly woman with sharp, piercing eyes and long, gray hair that fell in tangled waves around her shoulders. She wore a frayed shawl and a necklace of strange, carved stones that clicked softly as she moved. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice low and gravelly. Laura blinked, caught off guard. "You have?" The witch nodded and stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. "You've been to the clearing. I can smell it on you." The inside of the cabin was cluttered but strangely organized, with shelves lined with jars of dried herbs, crystals, and strange artifacts. A cauldron bubbled over the fire, filling the air with a pungent, earthy scent. Laura sat at the small wooden table, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The witch sat across from her, her gaze unblinking. "You've seen the symbols," she said, more a statement than a question. Laura nodded. "What do they mean? Who's the cult? What are they planning?" The witch's expression darkened, and she leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The cult of the Black Moon is older than this town, older than any of us. They follow an ancient entity, a being of pure darkness that feeds on fear and despair. The Black Moon is their most sacred time, a moment when the veil between worlds is thinnest. They're planning to open a gateway and summon this entity into our world. If they succeed, it will mean the end of everything." Laura's stomach churned, her mind reeling. Why haven't the authorities stopped them? The witch let out a bitter laugh. "You think they don't know? Some of them are part of it. The cult has eyes and ears everywhere. You're already in danger just by being here." Laura swallowed hard, her hands trembling. "What can I do to stop them?" The witch studied her for a long moment, then reached into her shawl and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. "Take this. It contains incantations and protections. But be warned, this path is fraught with peril. The cult won't let you interfere." Laura took the book, her fingers brushing against the witch's cold, wrinkled hand. "Why are you helping me?" The witch's eyes softened, just for a moment. "Because you're the only one who can stop them. The blood in your veins carries a power you don't yet understand. But be warned, the cult will come for you. They already know you're here." Laura's breath caught, and she nodded. "Thank you." The witch stood, signaling the end of their conversation. "Go. Time is running out." As Laura stepped back into the sunlight, clutching the book to her chest, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The witch's words echoed in her mind. "They already know you're here." She glanced over her shoulder at the cabin, half expecting to see the old woman watching her from the window. But the door was closed, and the forest around her was silent. She knew she was walking into something far darker than she'd imagined, and there was no turning back. Laura returned to her car, the weight of the witch's words pressing heavily on her shoulders. The leather-bound book felt unnervingly warm in her hands, as if it carried some kind of energy she couldn't quite understand. She sat in the driver's seat for a moment, her mind racing. The witch had said the cult already knew she was here, and that thought alone made her skin crawl. She needed to act fast, but she wasn't sure where to start. The symbols in the clearing, that had to be her next lead. They were the key to unlocking the cult's plans. She opened the book the witch had given her, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. The handwriting was cramped and difficult to read, but as she flipped through, she found sketches of symbols similar to the ones she'd seen in the clearing. Some of the pages described rituals, protections, and warnings, while others were filled with notes about dark entities and forbidden practices. It was overwhelming, but one thing was clear. The cult's activities were tied to these symbols. She needed to study them further. Laura drove back to the edge of Blackwood Forest, parking her car in the same spot as before. The forest seemed darker now, the trees casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. She slung her backpack over her shoulders and stepped onto the path, her flashlight cutting through the gloom. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the silence was oppressive. She moved quickly, her senses on high alert, knowing she was no longer just an observer, she was a threat to the cult. It didn't take long to find the clearing again. The stone circle was just as she had left it, the symbols etched into the rocks glowing faintly in the dim light. Laura knelt beside one of the stones, running her fingers over the carvings. They felt colder now, almost icy, and the metallic smell in the air was stronger. She pulled out her camera and took more photos, zooming in on the details. Then she opened the witch's book, comparing the symbols to the sketches on its pages. As she studied the carvings, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. Beneath the main symbols were smaller, almost hidden markings, a series of numbers and letters that seemed to form a pattern. She jotted them down in her notebook, her hand shaking slightly. The witch's book called them keys, instructions for specific rituals or incantations. If she could decipher them, she might be able to figure out exactly what the cult was planning and how to stop it. The sun was beginning to set, casting an eerie orange glow over the clearing. Laura knew she couldn't stay much longer. The forest was dangerous enough during the day, but at night it would be a death trap. She packed up her things and turned to leave, but as she did, she noticed something strange. The shadows in the clearing seemed to shift, twisting and writhing like living things. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The chanting she'd heard before crept into her ears, low and insidious, sending a chill down her spine. She broke into a run, her flashlight bouncing wildly as she sprinted through the forest. The chanting grew louder, echoing all around her, and the shadows seemed to close in, reaching for her with unseen hands. She stumbled over roots and rocks, her heart pounding in her chest. Her mind screamed at her to keep moving, to get out of the forest before it was too late. Finally, she burst through the tree line, gasping for air as she reached her car. She threw herself inside and locked the doors, her hands trembling as she gripped the steering wheel. Laura sat there for several minutes, her breathing slowly returning to normal. The forest was still and silent again, as if nothing had happened. But she knew better. Whatever she'd experienced was real, and it was only the beginning. She started the car and drove back to town, her mind racing. The symbols, the chanting, the shifting shadows, it was all connected. She needed to make sense of it, and fast. The black moon was only 2 days away. Back in her motel room, Laura spread out her notes and photos on the small table, the witch's book open beside them. She compared the symbols she'd photographed to the sketches in the book, searching for any clues. The hidden markings she'd found seemed to be a code of some kind, but she couldn't decipher them. Frustrated, she flipped through the book, hoping to find something that might help. Then she noticed a passage near the back, written in a different hand. The passage was titled The Bloodline of the Veil, and it spoke of a rare lineage tied to the entity the cult worshipped. According to the text, descendants of this bloodline had the power to either open or close the gateway between worlds. Laura's stomach turned as she read the words. The witch had said there was power in her blood. Was this what she'd meant? Was Laura somehow connected to this dark entity? She shook her head, trying to dispel the thought. It was too much to process right now. The phone on the nightstand rang, startling her. She hesitated before answering, her voice tentative. "Hello." There was silence on the other end, then a soft, distorted voice whispered, "You're running out of time." The line went dead before she could respond. Laura set the phone down, her heart racing. The cult knew where she was. They were watching her, taunting her. She glanced at the locked motel door, half expecting to see shadows moving beneath it. She was getting in too deep, but she couldn't stop now. Laura spent the rest of the night poring over her notes, trying to piece together the puzzle. The symbols, the hidden markings, the bloodline, it all pointed to something bigger than she could fully grasp. She knew she was missing something, something crucial. The black moon was drawing closer, and with it, the cult's ritual. She had to find a way to stop them, but she wasn't sure she had the strength or the knowledge to do it alone. The forest had mocked her, and the cult was coming for her. Time was running out. As the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, Laura packed her things. She couldn't stay here, the motel wasn't safe anymore. She needed to find a place to regroup, somewhere the cult couldn't find her. Her mind turned to the witch's cabin. It was isolated, and the old woman seemed to have some kind of protection against the cult's influence. It was a risk, but it was the only option she had. She grabbed her bag and stepped out into the cool morning air, her resolve hardening. She would stop the ritual, no matter the cost. Laura drove back to the witch's cabin as the sun rose higher in the sky, the early morning light casting long shadows across the road. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles white from the tension. The events of the past few hours had left her shaken, and the cult's whispered warning still echoed in her mind. She needed answers, and she needed them now. The witch was her only hope. The cabin came into view, its smoke-filled chimney a small comfort in the otherwise eerie landscape. She parked her car and stepped out, the crunch of gravel beneath her boots the only sound in the stillness. The forest around the cabin was quiet, the air thick with the scent of herbs and damp earth. Laura hesitated at the edge of the porch, her heart pounding. The door creaked open before she could knock, the witch standing in the doorway with those sharp, piercing eyes. "You're back," she said, her tone flat but not unkind. Laura nodded, clutching her bag tightly. "I need your help. They're watching me." The witch stepped aside, gesturing for Laura to enter. The inside of the cabin smelled of burning sage and dried herbs, the same earthy scent she remembered from her last visit. The witch moved to the fireplace, stirring the contents of the cauldron with a long wooden spoon. "Sit," she commanded, and Laura obeyed, sinking into a chair at the small wooden table. The witch ladled a dark, steaming liquid into a clay cup and set it in front of her. "Drink. It will help clear your mind." Laura hesitated but took a cautious sip. The liquid was bitter but warming, and she felt some of the tension leave her body. She set the cup down and looked up at the witch, who was now sitting across from her. "The cult knows I'm here. They called me. They're taunting me." The witch nodded, her expression grim. "I told you they would come for you. They see you as a threat, and they're not wrong. You have the power to stop them, but you're not ready." Laura leaned forward, her voice urgent. "Then help me get ready. Tell me what I need to do. The black moon is in 2 days. I can't let them open that gate." The witch studied her for a long moment, her gaze piercing. "You don't understand what you're up against. This isn't just a cult, it's a force that has existed for centuries, passed down through generations." But she held the witch's gaze. "Then tell me how to stop them." "I'm not backing down." The witch sighed and stood, moving to a shelf lined with jars and ancient-looking books. She pulled down a small, ornate box and set it on the table in front of Laura. "Inside this box is a talisman. It's imbued with ancient protections, but it will only work if you're strong enough to wield it." Laura opened the box and found a silver pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface etched with the same symbols she'd seen in the clearing. She picked it up, the metal cool against her skin. "What do I need to do?" The witch sat back down, her expression serious. First, you need to understand what you're facing. The cult's ritual will take place in the heart of the forest, in a place they call the Vale. It's a sacred site to them, a place where the boundaries between worlds are thin. During the Black Moon, they'll perform the ritual to open the gateway. If they succeed, their god will step into this world, and there will be no going back. Laura's hands clenched around the talisman. How do I stop it? You'll need to interrupt the ritual before it's complete, the witch explained. The talisman will protect you, but only if you can focus your will. The cult's members will try to stop you, and their god will test you. You'll need to be stronger than them, stronger than your fear. Laura swallowed hard but nodded. I understand. What else? The witch leaned forward, her voice low. There's one more thing. The markings you found in the clearing, they're part of a spell. If you can decipher them, you can use them against the cult. But it won't be easy. Laura pulled out her notebook and flipped to the page where she'd copied the symbols. I tried to figure them out, but I couldn't make sense of them. The witch glanced at the page and nodded. They're written in a language that's been lost for centuries, but I can help you translate them. She reached over and traced the symbols with a bony finger, muttering under her breath. As she did, the symbols seemed to shift and glow faintly, and Laura felt a strange warmth in the air. These are incantations, the witch said finally. They can be used to weaken the cult's power. Laura copied the translations into her notebook, her hands shaking slightly. What do I do with them? The witch's gaze softened, just for a moment. When the time comes, you'll know. Trust your instincts. They're stronger than you think. Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. Thank you. I won't let you down. The witch stood, signaling the end of their conversation. Be careful, Laura. The forest will test you, and the cult won't hesitate to kill you. But if you're strong enough, you can stop them. As Laura stepped back into the sunlight, the talisman hung heavy around her neck, a constant reminder of the task ahead. The witch's words echoed in her mind, but she pushed aside her fear. She had 2 days to prepare, and she wasn't going to waste a single moment. The cult had marked her, but now she was fighting back. She climbed into her car and drove away, the witch's cabin disappearing in the rearview mirror. The forest loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but Laura didn't flinch. She was ready for whatever came next. Laura returned to her motel room, her mind buzzing with everything the witch had told her. The talisman around her neck felt heavy, a constant reminder of the weight of her task. She spread out her notes and the witch's book on the small table, her hands trembling slightly as she flipped through the pages. The symbols and their translations were crucial, but she still wasn't sure how to use them. She needed more time to study, to understand the power she was up against. The Black Moon was only a day and a half away, and the clock was ticking. She spent the next few hours poring over the witch's book, reading and rereading the passages about the veil and the cult's rituals. The more she learned, the more she realized how little she actually knew. The cult wasn't just a group of misguided fanatics, they were a network of powerful, dangerous individuals who had been preparing for this moment for decades. The rituals they performed were intricate and precise, designed to channel ancient, malevolent forces into the physical world. If she was going to stop them, she needed to be just as meticulous. The phone rang again, startling her out of her thoughts. She hesitated before answering, her pulse quickening. Hello. The voice on the other end was distorted, low and guttural. You can't stop us. The Black Moon rises, and the gate will open. The line went dead, leaving Laura staring at the phone in her hand. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to stay calm. The cult was trying to intimidate her, to make her doubt herself. She couldn't let them win. She grabbed her jacket and headed out into the town, hoping to find supplies that might help her. The streets were quiet, the few people she passed giving her wary looks. She stopped at a small hardware store, picking up a flashlight, extra batteries, and a sturdy knife. Then she went to a thrift store, where she found a leather satchel that would be perfect for carrying her supplies. As she walked back to the motel, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She glanced over her shoulder several times, but the streets were empty. Back in her room, she packed her bag carefully, ensuring everything was within easy reach. The talisman hung around her neck, its cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing tension. She also packed the witch's book, her notebook, and the photos of the symbols. She knew the forest would be dangerous, and she needed to be ready for anything. As she zipped up the bag, she glanced at the clock. It was late afternoon, and the sun was already beginning to set. She had less than 24 hours to prepare. She decided to take a walk to clear her head, stepping out into the cool evening air. The town was quieter now, the shops closed and the streets empty. As she walked, she thought about the witch's warning. The forest would test her, and the cult wouldn't hesitate to kill her. But she couldn't let fear dictate her actions. She had to stay focused, to trust her instincts. She stopped in front of the diner where she'd first met Rose, the neon sign flickering weakly. The waitress's words came back to her, "Nothing good comes from poking around in there." Laura entered the diner, the bell above the door jingling softly. The place was nearly empty, the few patrons sitting at the counter nursing cups of coffee. Rose was wiping down the counter, and she looked up as Laura approached. "You're still here?" she asked, her tone more curious than judgmental. Laura nodded, sliding into a seat at the counter. "I need to ask you something. Do you know anyone else who's had dealings with the cult? Anyone who might be able to help me?" Rose hesitated, then glanced around the diner. "There's an old man who lives on the edge of town," she said finally. "Name's Walter. He's a recluse, but he knows more about the forest and the cult than anyone else. If you're serious about this, he might be able to help." Laura nodded, her heart lifting slightly. "Thank you. Where can I find him?" Rose scribbled an address on a napkin and slid it across the counter. "Be careful, Laura. Whatever you're planning, it's dangerous." Laura took the napkin and stood, her resolve strengthening. "I know, but I have to try." She left the diner and drove to the address Rose had given her, the streets growing darker as the sun dipped below the horizon. Walter's house was small and run down, its yard overgrown with weeds and the windows covered with thick curtains. She parked her car and stepped out, the crunch of gravel beneath her boots the only sound in the stillness. She knocked on the door, her heart pounding in her chest. There was a long pause before the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with a long, gray beard and sharp, suspicious eyes. "Who are you?" he barked, his voice gruff. Laura held up her hands, trying to appear non-threatening. "My name's Laura. I'm a journalist, and I'm trying to stop the cult. Rose sent me." Walter studied her for a long moment, then stepped aside. "Come in, but make it quick." The inside of the house was cluttered with books, maps, and strange artifacts. Walter led her to a small kitchen table and gestured for her to sit. "What do you want to know?" Laura pulled out her notebook and explained what she'd learned so far, including her encounter with the witch. Walter listened intently, his expression growing more serious as she spoke. When she finished, he leaned back in his chair and sighed. "You're in over your head, girl. The cult's been around longer than you can imagine, and they're not easily stopped. But if you're determined, there's one thing you might try." Laura leaned forward, her voice eager. What is it? Walter stood and rummaged through a pile of papers, finally pulling out an old, yellowed map. This is the layout of the Vale. If you can get inside during the ritual, you might be able to disrupt it. Laura studied the map, her heart racing. It showed the clearing in the forest, along with a series of tunnels and chambers beneath it. How do I get in? Walter pointed to a spot on the map. There's an entrance here, hidden in the rocks. It's heavily guarded, but if you're smart, you can slip past them. Laura nodded, her mind racing. Thank you. This could be exactly what I need. Walter's expression softened. Be careful, Laura. The forest is alive, and it doesn't take kindly to intruders. As Laura left Walter's house, the map tucked safely in her bag, she felt a strange mix of hope and dread. She had a plan now, but it was risky, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The forest loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but she didn't flinch. She had come too far to turn back now. The black moon was almost here, and with it, the final confrontation. She climbed into her car and drove back to the motel, her resolve hardening. Whatever happened next, she was ready. Laura sat in her motel room, the map Walter had given her spread out on the bed. The symbols and markings on it were cryptic, but she had studied enough to understand the layout of the Vale. The clearing in the forest was just the surface. Beneath it lay a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, all designed for the cult's rituals. Her heart pounded as she traced the path to the hidden entrance. It was risky, but it was her only chance to disrupt the ritual before it was too late. The black moon was less than 12 hours away. She packed her bag carefully, ensuring everything she might need was within easy reach. The talisman hung around her neck, its weight a constant reminder of the witch's warning. She also packed the witch's book, her notebook, the flashlight, and the knife. The air in the room felt heavy, the tension almost palpable. Laura took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. She couldn't afford to panic, now too much was at stake. She had to stay focused, no matter what. The phone rang again, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. Laura hesitated before answering, her hand hovering over the receiver. She picked it up, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach. "Hello." There was no response, only the sound of static and low, guttural chanting. She slammed the phone down, her heart racing. The cult was taunting her, trying to unnerve her. She couldn't let them win. She grabbed her bag and stepped out into the cool night air, the motel's parking lot eerily quiet. She drove to the edge of Blackwood Forest, the darkness pressing in around her like a living thing. The trees loomed ahead, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. She parked her car and stepped out, the flashlight cutting through the gloom. The map had marked a path to the hidden entrance, and she followed it as closely as she could. The forest was alive with sounds she couldn't identify, whispers and rustling that made her skin crawl. She moved quickly, her senses on high alert. The hidden entrance was just where Walter had said it would be, obscured by a cluster of boulders and thick underbrush. Laura knelt in front of it, her hands trembling as she pushed aside the foliage. The opening was small, barely large enough for her to crawl through, but it was her only way in. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The air from the tunnel was damp and musty, carrying a faint metallic smell that made her stomach turn. She crawled inside, her flashlight casting long shadows on the rough stone walls. The tunnel was narrow and claustrophobic, the ceiling so low she had to crouch as she moved. The walls were slick with moisture, and the floor was uneven, littered with loose rocks. She moved as quietly as she could, her heart pounding in her chest. The cult's chanting grew louder as she went deeper, the sound echoing through the tunnels like a dirge. She could feel the oppressive weight of the earth above her, pressing down on her as if trying to crush her resolve. But she couldn't stop now. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber, its walls covered in carvings and symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something coppery, and the chanting was almost deafening. Laura crouched behind a rock, peering into the chamber. The cult members were gathered in a circle, their hooded robes blending into the darkness. At the center of the circle was an altar, its surface stained with dark patches that could only be blood. She swallowed hard, her vision swimming slightly. This was worse than she'd imagined. She pulled out her notebook, flipping to the pages where she'd copied the symbols and their translations. The witch had said she could use them to weaken the cult's power, but she wasn't sure how. She scanned the chamber, looking for anything that might help her. The cult's chanting grew louder, more urgent, and she knew the ritual was nearing its climax. She had to act fast. Her eyes landed on a large stone archway at the far end of the chamber. It was the gateway, the veil. If the cult succeeded, it would open. Laura took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she clutched the talisman. She whispered the incantations she'd learned, her voice barely audible over the chanting. The symbols on the walls began to glow brighter, and the air in the chamber grew colder. The cult members paused, their heads turning toward her hiding place. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. They had seen her. She scrambled to her feet, the knife in her hand as she prepared to defend herself. The cult members began to move toward her, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. She backed away, her mind racing. The incantations had done something, but she wasn't sure what. The symbols on the walls were flickering now, the light shifting and twisting like liquid. The cult's chanting grew louder, more frantic, and the air around the gateway began to shimmer. Laura knew she had to do something, anything to stop the ritual. She raised the talisman, holding it up as she shouted the incantations again. The symbols flared brightly, and the ground beneath her feet began to shake. The cult members lunged at her, their hands reaching out to grab her. She slashed at them with the knife, but there were too many. She stumbled backward, her back hitting the cold stone wall. The gateway was shimmering now, a dark, swirling mist forming within its frame. Laura knew she was running out of time. She closed her eyes, focusing on the talisman and the incantations. The symbols on the walls exploded with light, and the ground shook violently. The cult members screamed as the light engulfed them, their bodies disintegrating into ash. When the light faded, the chamber was silent. Laura opened her eyes, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The cult members were gone, their robes lying in heaps on the floor. The gateway was still, the mist slowly dissipating. She sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had done it, she had stopped the ritual. But as she looked at the gateway, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The air around it still felt wrong, as if something was lingering just beyond the veil. She knew the fight wasn't over. Laura knelt in the chamber, her body trembling with exhaustion and relief. The cult members were gone, their robes lying in heaps on the cold stone floor. The gateway to the veil was still, the dark mist dissipating into nothingness. She had done it, she had stopped the ritual. But as she looked around the chamber, a deep unease settled in her chest. The air still felt heavy, charged with an energy she couldn't quite explain. The symbols on the walls had stopped glowing, but their carvings looked darker somehow, as if they'd been scorched by the light. She stood shakily, her legs weak beneath her. The talisman around her neck felt warm against her skin, its silver surface slightly tarnished. She touched it gingerly, wondering if it had been damaged in the confrontation. The witch's words came back to her. It will only work if you're strong enough to wield it. Laura wasn't sure if she'd been strong enough, but she'd done what she had to do. She glanced at the gateway, its archway looming ominously in the dim light. The veil was closed, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't truly sealed. The chamber was eerily silent, the absence of the cult's chanting almost unnerving. Laura moved cautiously, stepping over the piles of robes and ash. She needed to get out of there, to breathe fresh air and clear her head. But as she approached the tunnel she'd come through, she noticed something strange. The symbols on the walls were shifting, their carvings twisting and changing before her eyes. She froze, her breath catching in her throat. The air grew colder, and a low, guttural whisper filled the chamber. It wasn't the cult's chanting, it was something else. She turned slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The gateway was still closed, but the air around it was shimmering faintly, like heat rising from asphalt. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Laura felt a cold sweat break out on her skin. She clutched the talisman, her voice trembling as she whispered the incantations again. The symbols on the walls flickered briefly, but the whispers didn't stop. Instead, they seemed to grow stronger, more focused. Laura backed away, her flashlight beam shaking as she aimed it at the gateway. The whispers coalesced into a single voice, low and gravelly, speaking a language she didn't understand. The air around the gateway rippled, and a shadow began to form within its frame. Laura's mind screamed at her to run, but her legs wouldn't obey. The shadow grew darker, more defined, and she realized with icy dread that it wasn't just a shadow, it was something alive. The voice grew louder, its words twisting and writhing in her mind like a living thing. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something was trying to claw its way into her. She stumbled backward, her breathing ragged. The talisman grew warmer, its heat almost burning her skin. She raised it, holding it up like a shield, and shouted the incantations as loudly as she could. The symbols on the walls flared brightly, and the shadow in the gateway hissed, its form dissolving into smoke. The chamber shook violently, loose rocks raining down from the ceiling. Laura fell to her knees, her vision swimming as the light from the symbols faded. The whispers stopped, and the chamber was silent once more. She sat there for several minutes, her heart pounding as she tried to catch her breath. The shadow was gone, and the gateway was still, but the energy in the air hadn't dissipated. The veil was closed, but it wasn't secure. Laura knew she couldn't stay here, she needed to find help. She crawled to her feet and made her way back through the tunnel, her flashlight beam weak and flickering. The air grew warmer as she neared the exit, but the weight of what she'd just experienced stayed with her. When she finally emerged from the tunnel, the cool night air hit her like a wave. She sank to the ground, her body trembling with exhaustion. The forest was quiet, the usual sounds of nocturnal creatures absent. She looked up at the sky, the black moon hanging low on the horizon. It was almost over, but she knew the danger wasn't gone. The veil was closed, but it wasn't sealed. Something was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to break through. She needed to act fast. Laura drove back to the motel in a daze, her mind racing. The witch had warned her about the veil, but she hadn't said anything about a shadow. Had she missed something? Or was this part of the cult's plan all along? Laura parked her car and went into her room, locking the door behind her. She spread out the map and the witch's book, searching for any clues she might have missed. The symbols and translations were intricate, but she couldn't find anything about a shadow or a lingering presence. She was missing something, something crucial. The phone rang again, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. Laura hesitated before answering, her hand hovering over the receiver. She picked it up, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach. "Hello." The voice on the other end was the same low, guttural whisper she'd heard in the chamber. "You can't stop us." The line went dead, leaving Laura staring at the phone in her hand. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to stay calm. The cult was still active, and they were watching her. She grabbed her bag and headed out into the night, determined to find answers. The witch's cabin was her only hope now. She drove through the dark, quiet streets, the black moon casting an eerie glow over the town. The forest loomed ahead, but she didn't flinch. She had come too far to turn back now. When she arrived at the cabin, the witch was waiting for her, her sharp eyes filled with concern. "What happened?" she asked, her voice urgent. Laura explained everything, her words tumbling out in a rush. The witch listened carefully, her expression growing darker as Laura spoke. When she finished, the witch sighed deeply. "The veil is closed, but it isn't sealed. The shadow you saw, it's the cult's god, trying to break through. If it succeeds, there will be no stopping it." Laura's stomach turned. "What do I do?" The witch's gaze softened, just for a moment. "You'll need to perform the sealing ritual. But it's dangerous, more dangerous than anything you've done so far. Are you sure you're ready?" Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. "I don't have a choice." The witch led Laura into the cabin's dimly lit back room, where candles flickered on every surface, casting long shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs and something metallic, the weight of the room pressing down on Laura like a physical force. The witch moved to a wooden table covered in strange artifacts, crystals, bones, and jars filled with unidentifiable liquids. She gestured for Laura to sit, her expression grave. "The sealing ritual is ancient and dangerous," she began, her voice low. "But if you're determined to do this, I'll guide you through it." Laura sat down, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched the talisman. "What do I need to do?" The witch picked up a small, silver bowl and set it in front of her. "First, you'll need to prepare yourself. The ritual requires focus and strength, both of which will be tested. You'll also need to gather a few things from the forest." She handed Laura a list written on a piece of parchment, the symbols and instructions strange but oddly familiar. Laura studied it carefully, her heart sinking as she realized what it entailed. This sounds impossible." The witch's gaze softened. "It's not impossible, but it will be difficult. The forest will resist you, just as it resists all who try to harness its power. But if you're strong enough, you can succeed." Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. "I'll do whatever it takes." The witch handed her a small bag filled with herbs and crystals. "Take these. They'll help protect you, but they're no substitute for your own willpower. The forest knows your fears, and it will use them against you." Laura stood, the bag clutched tightly in her hand. "I'll be back." The witch nodded, her sharp eyes filled with a mixture of concern and pride. Laura stepped out into the night, the forest looming ahead like a living, breathing entity. The black moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting an eerie glow over the trees. She took a deep breath and ventured into the forest, the bag of herbs and crystals slung over her shoulder. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the whispers she'd heard in the chamber still echoing faintly in her mind. She moved quietly, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as she searched for the items on the list. The first item was a rare flower that only bloomed under the light of the black moon. According to the witch, it grew near the clearing in the forest, the same place where the ritual had almost been completed. Laura's stomach turned as she approached the clearing, the memory of the cult's chanting still fresh in her mind. The clearing was eerily quiet, the symbols carved into the trees glowing faintly in the moonlight. She spotted the flower growing near the edge of the clearing, its petals a deep, unnatural black. She knelt to pick it, her hand trembling slightly as she plucked it from the ground. The second item was a piece of obsidian from a hidden stream deep within the forest. Laura made her way to the stream, the sound of rushing water growing louder as she walked. The forest seemed to grow darker and denser the further she went, the trees pressing in around her like silent sentinels. She found the stream, its water black and still, reflecting the pale light of the moon. A piece of obsidian lay on the stream bed, its surface smooth and cold. She reached into the water, the icy coldness biting into her skin as she retrieved the stone. The final item was the hardest to obtain, a feather from an owl that guarded the forest's heart. Laura had seen the owl before, its piercing eyes and massive wingspan impossible to forget. She ventured deeper into the forest, the air growing colder and the whispers louder. She felt an intense pressure in her chest, as if the forest itself was trying to push her out. She pressed on, her determination unwavering. Eventually, she reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, the owl perched on a gnarled tree branch. Its eyes locked onto hers, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. She approached the owl slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. The owl watched her intently, its head tilting to the side as if sizing her up. She held out her hand, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "I need your help, please." The owl stared at her for a long moment, then spread its massive wings and took flight. A single feather drifted down from the tree, landing softly at her feet. She picked it up, the feather cold and smooth against her skin. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling of the leaves. With all the items gathered, Laura made her way back to the witch's cabin, her steps heavy but determined. The witch was waiting for her, the candles flickering wildly as she entered. "You've done well," the witch said, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. "But the hardest part is yet to come." She led Laura to the center of the room, where a circle of symbols had been drawn on the floor. The symbols glowed faintly, their light pulsating in time with Laura's heartbeat. The witch handed her a small, silver knife. "The ritual requires a sacrifice," she explained. "But not in the way you might think." Laura took the knife, her hand trembling slightly. "What do I need to do?" The witch's gaze softened. "You'll need to cut your hand and let your blood mingle with the symbols. The ritual will draw on your strength and willpower, so you'll need to stay focused no matter what happens." Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. She made a small cut on her palm, wincing slightly as the blood welled up. She let it drip onto the symbols, which flared brightly as the blood touched them. The air in the room grew heavier, the candles flickering wildly. The witch began to chant, her voice low and melodic. The symbols on the floor began to shift and twist, their light growing brighter and more intense. Laura felt a strange warmth spreading through her body, the talisman around her neck growing hotter. The whispers she'd heard in the forest grew louder, swirling around her like a storm. She closed her eyes, focusing on the witch's voice and the warmth of the talisman. The light from the symbols grew brighter, the air in the room crackling with energy. Laura's heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to stay calm, to focus on the task at hand. The ritual reached its climax, the light from the symbols exploding in a blinding flash. Laura felt a surge of energy wash over her, the whispers fading into silence. The room grew quiet, the candles flickering weakly. She opened her eyes, the symbols on the floor dark and still. The witch smiled faintly, her expression filled with a quiet pride. "It's done. The veil is sealed." Laura sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had done it. She had stopped the cult and sealed the veil. But as she looked at the witch, she couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't truly over. Laura sat on the floor of the witch's cabin, her body trembling with exhaustion but her mind racing. The veil was sealed, but the weight of what she'd just done still pressed heavily on her chest. The witch handed her a cup of tea, the steam curling up into the air like a fragile thread. "You've done well," the witch said, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. But the forest won't rest until it's certain the veil is secure. There's one last thing you need to do. Laura looked up, her heart sinking. What else is there? The witch's gaze was steady, her sharp eyes filled with a mixture of concern and resolve. The cult's god, the shadow you saw, is still out there. It's weak now, but it's not gone. If it finds a way to undo the sealing ritual, all of this will have been for nothing. Laura set the teacup down, her hands trembling slightly. What do I need to do? The witch stood and walked to the window, peering out into the dark forest. You need to confront it. Only by facing it directly can you ensure it's truly banished. Laura's stomach turned at the thought, but she knew the witch was right. She couldn't leave this unfinished. She stood, her legs weak but determined. How do I find it? The witch handed her a small, silver pendant shaped like an eye. This will guide you. It's attuned to the shadow's energy, and it will lead you to it. But be warned, the forest will test you more than ever. It knows what you're trying to do, and it will do everything in its power to stop you. Laura took the pendant, its surface cold against her skin. I'm ready. She stepped out into the night, the black moon casting an eerie glow over the forest. The air was thick with tension, the silence almost oppressive. She clutched the pendant in her hand, its surface warming as she moved deeper into the trees. The whispers she'd heard before were gone, replaced by a low, guttural hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The forest felt alive, its energy pulsing around her like a living thing. She pressed on, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as the pendant guided her forward. The path grew narrower and more treacherous, the trees closing in around her like silent sentinels. The air grew colder, and the hum grew louder, resonating in her chest like a second heartbeat. She felt a sharp pain in her head, as if something was trying to claw its way into her mind. She clutched the talisman around her neck, its warmth a small comfort amidst the growing tension. The pendant in her hand grew hotter, its surface glowing faintly as she approached the heart of the forest. She knew the shadow was close. She emerged into a clearing, the trees forming a natural ring around a massive, gnarled tree at the center. Its roots twisted and writhed like living things, its branches reaching up toward the black moon. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the ground beneath her feet soft and spongy. In the shadows beneath the tree, she saw it, the shadow. It was larger now, its form shifting and writhing like smoke. The hum grew louder, the sound twisting and writhing in her mind like a living thing. She felt a cold sweat break out on her skin, but she forced herself to stay calm. The shadow moved toward her, its form coalescing into something vaguely humanoid. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, its gaze piercing and unrelenting. Laura clutched the talisman, her voice trembling as she spoke. You won't win. The veil is sealed, and you're trapped here. The shadow hissed, its voice low and guttural. You can't stop me. The veil is thin, and I will break through. Laura's heart pounded in her chest, but she stood her ground. I won't let you. The shadow lunged at her, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. Laura raised the talisman, its glow intensifying as she shouted the incantations she'd learned. The symbols on the talisman flared brightly, their light cutting through the shadow like a blade. The shadow hissed, its form disintegrating slightly, but it didn't stop. Laura felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something was trying to claw its way into her. She stumbled backward, her vision swimming slightly. She couldn't let it win, she had to stay focused. She whispered the incantations again, her voice growing stronger as the talisman's light intensified. The shadow hissed again, its form dissolving into smoke, but it didn't stop. It pressed on, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Laura felt the pressure in her chest growing stronger, the shadow's presence pressing down on her like a physical force. She closed her eyes, focusing on the talisman and the warmth of its light. The incantations poured from her, their power growing stronger with each word. The shadow's hiss turned into a scream, its form dissolving completely. When the light faded, the clearing was silent. Laura opened her eyes, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The shadow was gone, its malevolent energy dissipating into the night air. The gnarled tree at the center of the clearing looked lifeless now, its branches drooping like dead limbs. Laura sank to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had done it, she had banished the shadow. But as she looked around the clearing, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The forest was still alive, its energy pulsing faintly in the darkness. She climbed to her feet, her legs weak but determined. She needed to get out of there, to leave the forest and the darkness behind. She made her way back to the witch's cabin, the pendant in her hand cool and lifeless now. The witch was waiting for her, her sharp eyes filled with a quiet pride. "You've done it," she said, her voice filled with a quiet reverence. "The veil is sealed, and the shadow is banished. You've saved us all." Laura sank into a chair, her body trembling with exhaustion. "Is it really over?" The witch's gaze softened slightly. "For now. The forest is quiet, and the veil is secure. But you can never truly banish darkness, only keep it at bay. Stay vigilant and stay strong." Laura nodded, her resolve hardening. She had done what she'd set out to do, but she knew the fight wasn't truly over. The forest was alive, and the veil was thin. But for now, she allowed herself a moment of relief. The black moon was setting, its pale light fading into the dawn. The forest was quiet, and the whispers were silent. She had one